Good morning. We are live from City Hall River Valley Room. Testing, can you hear now? Not really loud? I can... Right. Good morning, testing. Is that a bit better? Okay. That's correct, Councillor. Yes, we do.
To order and start by acknowledging that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as the Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Start with roll call.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang has just joined us.
Good morning.
And I'm not sure that Mayor Sohi's with us at the moment, so he may join us later. And we're also joined by several other councillors. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. I will take well, maybe I'll do this since I have it in front of me here. I will move that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speaker. Oh, pardon me. All right. I guess I'll just take a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
One moment, please. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of the May 16, 17 Community and Public Services Committee meeting. I'll move that then. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items, I'm not aware of any. So we'll move then to selection of items for debate. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I just want to, before I do select an item, I understand that 5.1 is a recommendation update from Fire Services, and I'm wondering, does that relate to?
So if you would like to discuss that, Councillor Wright, just please select it and we'll talk about it.
Okay, all right then. So I'll select 5.1,
Okay.
5.3, and 6.1.
Thank you. We do have requests to speak on a few other items, so I'm going to select item 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5 and 6.6, I guess. So that's all the items, save 5.2. So I will move the acceptance of the recommendation on item 5.2. Please vote.
One moment, please. We will amend the motion as you see it for the minutes.
That's fine.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. There's just the one item. Madam Clerk, did you want to summarize what we've passed so far today?
Good morning, thank you. Today, May 30th, Community and Public Services Committee has approved the revised due date of item 5.2, Food Waste and Insecurity Report Analysis and Implementation Options. The revised due date is June 27th, 2022.
Thank you. Request to speak. I will move that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels where appropriate on item 6.1. John Adria, who's here in person. Number 2, Perry Logan from the Canadian National Fireworks Association, who's here in person. And number 3, Alan Innes from the Edmonton Evergreen Community Association, who's here in person. On item 6.3, Sawbuck Maintenance Renewal Process, Stephen Rates from Paths for People. And on item 6.4, Administration of the Sports Component of the Community Investment Operating Grants Program, number 1, James Rosano from Edmonton Sports Council, and Gary Shelton from the Edmonton Sports Council. Please vote in hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Requests for time specific on the agenda. I have 3. First is that 6.1 be first item of business, and given its place on the agenda, that will happen automatically. Item 6.6, the Edmonton Arts Council item. It's been requested that that be first item at 1:30, and that the Indigenous Framework Annual Update be second item at 1:30. So I'll take a motion to make those time specific. Or I will move that myself. Please vote on making those items time specific.
We're waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Are there any council inquiries this morning? Not aware of any. Hearing none, then, that takes us to item 6.1. Pardon me, that takes us to item 5.1. Councillor Wright, you had a question on 5.1?
Yes, I did. I'm just wondering if administration can advise if that report 5.1 relates to 6.1. Is there information that additional information that we're needing from the 5.1 report?
Is there anyone from admin to answer that question?
Hi, good morning. 5.1 relates to the recommendation update for Fire Rescue Services, additional information requested. The motion's related to this report being generated from the Reimagine report and directed administration to bring back information prior to the 2021 fall SOBA. And so the report will be included in the fall 2022 general repealing bylaw to be recommended for rescission as it's no longer applicable.
Councillor Wright?
But that does But that does relate to repealing the fireworks bylaw, is that right?
Sorry, Councillor, 5.1 is separate from 6.1.
It is totally? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything. And then 5.3 would be upon our recommendation of 6.1, right?
Correct.
Okay, great, that's all the questions I had. Thanks for clarifying.
Would you care to move items 5.1 and 5.3, Councillor Ray?
Yes, so moved.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please vote on 5.1 and 5.3.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Those items are carried. Thank you. That takes us to item 6.1. Good morning, Chief Satilny. Please go ahead with your presentation. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Do we have our presentation?
One moment, please.
Excellent, thank you.
Do we have the presentation?
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm here today to continue the conversation on fireworks and present administration's proposed approach. Our recommendations are informed by public safety implications, local injury data, enforcement gaps, and liability risks to the city. I'm pleased to introduce Rob McAdam, Deputy Chief of Public Safety, to present our recommended approach. Next slide, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Chief Satilny, and good morning, everyone. To build off of what Chief Satilny just said, the recommendations we are bringing forward are in the best interests of public safety and risk management, while recognizing that fireworks are an important part of the cultural and community celebrations and events in Edmonton. Prior to 2019, the sale and discharge of fireworks was governed in part by the Alberta Fire Code, the 2014 AFC, and fireworks use was generally prohibited in Alberta unless specific requirements were met by the vendor and the purchaser user. In 2019, the updated National Fire Code, Alberta Edition, removed requirements for storage and use of fireworks. Following engagement sessions with stakeholders by Municipal Affairs in November of 2016, there was broad support for making fireworks rules consistent with federal legislation and allowing local authorities to manage the use and risk of fireworks in their communities. The removal of fireworks regulation by Municipal Affairs was not intended to reduce the restrictions of consumer fireworks in Alberta. In response to these changes, in November 2019, City Council approved an amendment to Bylaw 14614, the Public Places Bylaw, allowing administration to implement a permitting process for two types of fireworks permits: Edmonton's specific nomenclature, Tier 1 and Tier 2. The current state of this permit process is: Tier 1 permits do not require operator certification, are free, are limited only to consumer fireworks devices for discharge on private residential land, and are not included in Fire Rescue Services Bylaw 15309, which is our Schedule B in our bylaw. Tier 2 permits require that the applicant must be certified by the Explosives Regulatory Division, Department of Natural Resources, include consumer fireworks, are intended for community leagues, faith, and festival type shows, have permit fees, require mandatory notification to nearby institutions, are required for displays on private and or public land, and are listed in Fire Rescue Services Bylaw 15309. Compliance with current permitting process varies. The original intent of the Tier 1 permit was to inform the purchasers of the safe use of fireworks and educate applicants on the restrictions on firework sizes, as minimum safety zone requirements limit the use of fireworks quite significantly. In practice, 311 received more fireworks complaints in 2020 than the total number of Tier 1 permits that were issued, suggesting that more people are shooting fireworks illegally than are applying for permits. As you can see in the chart on the slide, most Tier 1 applications are denied. It's primarily because the applications do not meet the minimum legal space requirements for the product. On the other hand, compliance with Tier 2 permits have been historically high. Administration works closely with groups like the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues and civic events to support community shows by guiding them through the permit process. In 2020, administration also introduced a pre-approval process open to community and cultural groups. As part of this process, organizations are supported in submitting a pre-approval application for the space available to them and are advised on the size of product that would be appropriate and legal. A pre-approved process means administration can approve more permits in an efficient manner around key cultural and religious celebrations that traditionally use fireworks. This process was introduced in part to reduce the occurrence of permit applications that were requesting the use of products that did not meet the regulatory requirements of the available space. As outlined in the council report, most Alberta municipalities have banned the non-professional use of fireworks, allowing only permitted, professionally run shows. Of all the Canadian municipalities that were surveyed, Edmonton's regulations are the most accommodating to the use of non-professional fireworks and access to fireworks. Of the 8 largest municipalities in Alberta, only Edmonton allows non-professional use of fireworks through the Tier 1 permitting process. Non-professional fireworks use is banned in Calgary, Red Deer, St. Albert, Strathcona County, Spruce Grove, and Beaumont. Next slide, please. Tier 1 permits are currently free of charge. Tier 2 permits currently cost $147. Administration requires 5 days to process the permit application, which allows us to work closely with the applicant to review the application and support approval with revisions when possible. If a site inspection is required, we make efforts to avoid overtime costs when possible. There are currently no other city fees associated directly with fireworks in the city of Edmonton. Next slide, please. Fireworks pose a direct risk to safety of both those discharging them and those nearby who may be impacted. Safety factors such as physical injuries, distress to pets and local wildlife, and unattended fires were considered in developing regulations for fireworks in Edmonton. On this slide are photos from recent fires in Edmonton caused by consumer fireworks, recent as in April 14th, 2022 and May 16th, 2022. These fireworks were discharged by members of the public without a permit, certification, or safety training to dire consequences for the wildlife in these areas. Thankfully, these 2 fires did not cause damage to residential buildings, though the house clearly visible in the April 14th fire in the photo was very much in danger, and had conditions on the day of the fire been less favorable or notification delayed, the outcome could have been much worse. The house in question is vinyl sided. The entire neighborhood is predominantly vinyl sided, and on a windy enough day, an urban conflagration is the worst case scenario for a fire that you can see on April 14th, 2022. Since 2018, Edmonton Fire Rescue Services has recorded 15 fires directly attributable to fireworks. This number does not include post-fire scene investigations where fireworks were suspected but could not be unequivocally proven in court of law as the cause of the fire. As climate change warms and dries the Edmonton region, the fire risk from fireworks will continue to increase. Between 2010 and 2021, Alberta Health Services recorded 44 fireworks-related emergency room visits, including 8 visits in 2021. This number does not include non-reported injuries. The safe use of fireworks requires significant planning, attention, and diligence for each and every event. As previously mentioned, this complexity has led many large municipalities to limit fireworks displays to certified professionals, with some exceptions for specific days of celebrations like Diwali and Canada Day. It should be noted, however, that fire services in municipalities using date exceptions, such as Toronto, are finding this approach problematic and are further exploring further restrictions. Other municipalities have specific regulations, such as strict size limits for non-professional fireworks displays to reduce the risk of fires and injuries, such as Brampton, Ontario. Brampton is also finding this approach difficult and is considering further recommendations to elected officials to restrict fireworks use in the city. Next slide, please. To preserve public safety and mitigate the risks associated with non-professional use of fireworks, administration is recommending that all permits for fireworks be limited to those holding valid fireworks operator certificates and licenses as per the federal explosive regulations for the following reasons. Most private lots in Edmonton are not large enough to meet the safe discharge requirements for fireworks and would not be eligible to obtain permits under the current Tier 1 process. The limited capacity and ability to enforce the conditions of Tier 1 permits creates additional liability to the city. Non-professional fireworks use is transient and sporadic, and there is no capacity for robust enforcement. Fireworks are directly linked to fire and injury risk, which can be mitigated through professional certified discharges only. The negative effects of fireworks use are not containable to the immediate area of use or are controllable by the user. Fire risk, noise from explosions, smoke and light flashes, and pollution can have a direct impact on residents without warning or choice. Limiting use to professional planned shows will reduce these impacts to citizens and wildlife. In order to remove barriers for professional shows, we are proposing to reduce the Tier 2 permit fee down to $100 from the current $147. Next slide, please. As you'll see in this slide, our desired outcomes. Administration recognizes the cultural and social value of fireworks, and we support safe, professional, and regulated use of fireworks to that effect. Our intention is to offer clarity and eliminate the nomenclature of Tier 1 and Tier 2 permits. As a result, we propose a single fireworks permit, which will require a valid fireworks operator certificate to discharge fireworks in Edmonton. Certified operators follow safety precautions and consider environmental and other risk factors. We also anticipate a reduction in fireworks-related fires as non-professional fireworks use subsides. Additionally, eliminating permits for non-professional fireworks discharge simplifies enforcement from EPS and bylaw officers. We also anticipate an increase in spectator fireworks events discharged by certified operators. We've already notified community leagues of our pre-approval process, and we are looking to make professional fireworks shows more accessible with a reduced permit fee. Next slide, please. Administration will continue to support safe and vibrant communities through the continued use of fireworks to be enjoyed as part of large celebrations and events that meet the requirement of the Tier 2 permit. If the recommendations are approved, administration will commence stakeholder consultation to phase out Tier 1 permits and develop a communication and public awareness plan, which will include messaging for Edmontonians, community leagues, cultural organizations, and religious entities, along with helpful links and checklists. And if the recommendations in the report are approved, administration will return to council with bylaw amendments reflecting this change, as well as reducing the Tier 2 permit fee. Thank you very much. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much. We'll now ask you to step back while we hear from speakers on this item. And we will invite our speakers to step forward. They're all in person today, which is great. And so please, John Adria, Perry Logan, and Alan Inez, please come forward. John in the first seat, Perry in the second. As I'm looking at it, stage left. And is Alan Inez here? And are they online? If so, speak up. And they haven't checked in here?
We will check on that. We do have an additional speaker who has registered, so we will need a motion to add that speaker to the agenda.
Okay, who's that?
I will put their name in the chat for you one moment. Actually, we will be able to pull the motion up. Just give us one moment on eScribe.
Councillor Tang?
I'll move to add Kay Kowalczyk to be added as a speaker.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. So our roster of speakers is Mr. John Adria, Mr. Perry Logan, and Ms. Kowalczyk. In that order, you'll each have 5 minutes to speak. For those in the room today, there's those lights on the dasher in front of you there. Green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the final minute, and red means your 5 minutes is up. Ms. Kowalczyk may care to keep her own timer, but there will be one displayed in the chat. So with no further ado, we'll proceed. Once everyone's had a chance to speak, then councillors will have an opportunity to ask questions of any of you. So suggest that you stick around until questions are complete. Mr. Adria, please proceed. Just 1 second, Mr. Adria, can you turn on your microphone? There you go. Very good, thank you.
Okay. For years, we've done 80% or more of professional consumer fireworks shows in Edmonton, about 30 a year pre-COVID, quite a bit higher than the number they're showing there. I know that the CPSC deals with life and death issues for our cities like homelessness and opiate addictions, and thank you for hearing from me again on this issue. I had hoped to have more people here, but we've come out many times to council and CPSC over the years, and people are tired, I guess. The proposed bylaw will result in a new round of community consumer fireworks shows being canceled. Our company is essentially expected to do these, and we won't be able to meet these new reasons. Most of these shows used to be done by the community members themselves. You know, the local responsible adults would come together and do these fireworks shows and had an excellent safety record. Next slide, please. Most of these, until 2016, community leagues did their own show with the help of the City of Edmonton Neighborhood Resource Coordinator and a free permit from the fire department. Communities on private properties were allowed to do their own fireworks shows right until 2019. So faith communities did their own shows up until 2019. Between 2017 and 2019, there's a 40% reduction in professional community shows done by companies like us, according to a FOIP request I did. More have been canceled since then. There is no history of accidents driving new regulations. There's never been an accident at any of these community shows. And I honestly, next slide, I don't understand how making it more difficult for community shows is going to discourage illegal use in people's backyards. Edmonton Fire Prevention made up regulations to withhold permits even though they had no basis in any regulation anywhere. For example, Edmonton Fire Prevention requires enormous distances to green trees and shrubs. This is unique in Canada and not part of Edmonton's bylaws. In CPS and council meetings, Fire Prevention has acknowledged to council previously that there's no fire or audience injuries driving the new regulations. That's what they said previously. Next slide, please. When we opened in Edmonton many years ago, there was dozens of places selling consumer fireworks: Canadian Tire, Shoppers Drug Mart, hardware stores, and gas stations. By 2019, there was only 3 left. Up to 5 fire inspections per year. Permits permanently revoked for a single mistake in paperwork. 1 year they demanded specialty insurance, and there was no bylaw or regulation requiring this permit to sell fireworks in Edmonton that time. And neither, they were applying rules that weren't even part of the Alberta Fire Code to put people out of business. Edmonton Fire Prevention continued this after November 9, 2019, when the CPSC in this room had ruled on the issue. We had to hire a law firm to stop them from implementing these illegal rules. Next slide, please. The report to council does not accurately reflect how safe consumer fireworks are, or the state of regulations or Alberta or Canada, even Edmonton. Edmonton Fire Prevention has already restricted consumer fireworks at public events to professional companies like us, no matter what the report implies. Community leagues are not allowed to apply for shows right now. That's not true, what you heard just now. Even backyard consumer fireworks use, which I am against, is not causing structure fires, but they cause a significant disturbance to the peace, and they should be regulated on the basis of the noise they create and the public disturbance. Bans fail everywhere in Alberta, including in Calgary and Red Deer. They had grass fires in Calgary in November, and they've banned fireworks for decades. Bans do not work, and everyone knows that. And if you talk to fire chiefs in person, as we did at the Alberta Fire Chief Convention this weekend, they will tell you bans do not work. They are ignored by most people. As they told you earlier, more people ignore them than follow them. Next slide, please. Consumer fireworks have been banned in Alberta cities based on exaggerated claims on danger. Just a year ago, this committee was told that the sale of consumer fireworks in Edmonton would make councillors responsible for property damage and even death, and no one's ever died from consumer fireworks. People in Canada, people in other Alberta cities are asking their politicians, like in Calgary, why Edmonton can safely use consumer fireworks and they cannot. There's a lot of pressure in Edmonton to get consumer fireworks banned, and it's not because of safety, and it's not even because of the noise. Next firework, please. Next slide, please. There's a more serious problem here. When this bylaw was passed, council had specified that charities and nonprofits should be exempted, and that language was in that bylaw till 2013. Okay? That was removed without council's knowledge in 2013, and I'll tell you how that was done in a minute. Next slide, please. Bylaw 15309 has 5 unlimited overtime charges in 5 situations. So they show a minimum charge, but no maximum charge. They can charge as many hours as they want. So now we have fire inspections used to take minutes, not hours or days, but now we have fire inspections that last for 12 hours. We have never had, our company has never had a fire inspection last more than 20 minutes, even when 4 hours or more of overtime was charged. Most of this overtime goes to the captain of Fire Prevention Special Events, which issues the permits. One of those captains told me that this overtime helped pay for his daughter's expensive figure skating lessons.
Thank you, Mr. Adria. That's 5 minutes.
Oh,
thank you.
I ran out of time. I apologize.
Appreciate your comments. There's probably some questions for you.
Yeah.
Mr. Logan, please proceed.
Excuse me. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Perry Logan. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian National Fireworks Association, and I deal with municipalities across Canada. So to give you some history and to get to why we're at this point again, on November 20th of 2019, the CPS committee directed Edmonton Fire Rescue Services to work with the CNFA and the stakeholders to create a report that resolved the issues raised by committee and the public surrounding consumer fireworks in Edmonton. The report that we saw there was pretty similar to what we just seen 5 minutes ago, so a lot of things haven't changed. But for the next 2 years, the CNFA worked with city staff on a long list of topics. There were lots of meetings and lots of dialogues, but we worked through it because we had common goals. The CNFA was excited because both sides were committed to finding solutions, like I said, and the focus of the dialogue was shifting from enforcement to education. Education is a solution for pretty much everything we do. The accomplishments that we were able to, sorry, next slide. The CNFA created what we call our Vendor Certification Employee Training Program. It's 2 online courses available at no cost to vendors or the retailers. We just believe as an industry and as an organization that anybody that works with fireworks should be certified and trained properly. And the EFRSA, Fire Safety, agreed with us. The CNFA also launched our Be a Good Neighbor pamphlet for the consumer. This handout is available at the point of sale and required to be included with every purchase. It contains the federal safety guidelines for use, and we've designed it to be modified to include specific requirements, like in Edmonton. To go to the fire chief's point, education and education at the point of sale is where it has to be. Our topics that we discussed as a group was additional permitting processes, additional bookkeeping requirements, adjusted federal storage requirements, added retail insurance, the requirements for more education, just for anybody working in the industry. Edmonton at that time, what we were working on was going to be a leader in this country and modernize the regulation of consumer fireworks. We were way down the road here. Next slide, please. We were so close. The CNFA received the following email on February 28th of this year, so 3 months ago, give or take. The message was from the fire marshal as a follow-up to the meetings that we had had, and I'd had recently with the fire marshal and a different deputy fire chief to review key points. This is with the content. We also want to let you know, using your comments as guides, we will edit the vendor permit conditions. Change will include reduce number of conditions, remove conditions about tracking and retaining receipts, remove insurance requirements for vendor permits, change language to ensure federal regulations for sale, storage, and display are followed without requirements. Email, next page, please. The next part of that same email, firework vendor permit conditions. In order to sell fireworks in the city of Edmonton, the vendor must agree to the following conditions. They have to get a business license from the city, pretty standard. There was a vendor permit that we designed that a permit vendor would have to go to, and part of those conditions would they'd have to validate and prove that they had taken our courses, so they were certified and educated. And any vendor applying to sell fireworks must complete and maintain the CNFA training course that I mentioned earlier. The certifications must be posted in a prominent location. The same process applied to the trainers, to the employees. They took a different course that was more on the retailing side, and that was another good point. The conditions of sales, vendors must only sell to individuals who are 18 as required by the Explosives Act. The vendor must also apply safety information in written form, hence why we created the document, Be a Good Neighbor. The vendor should also inform customers that a permit to discharge is required in the city of Edmonton. It may be required in other jurisdictions. And then the storage and display vendors are required to ensure the storage and this product display meets federal regulations. And that was from the fire marshal of the city of Edmonton. That was like 2 months ago. So, next slide, please. So we wondered what happened, because at that time, we were becoming here committee in April, and at the end of February, we had a report that we were all happy with. So based on this email and previous conversations, we were very excited. So I lost track of time. Sorry, here we go. So I reached out to the fire marshal to find out what was going on, and the response I got was that she could no longer talk to me. It was just been shut down. That was very troubling because she had been a great contributor to the process and being completed and was a contact person at that time. In your package, I've included a written letter from Yuri Kasimets. He's a retired federal inspector. He co-authored the Federal Explosives Act as we follow. I requested him to review the fire chief's report to determine accuracy and point out content that was incorrect or misleading. He stopped at 2 pages. We don't blame anybody for that. There's a lot of information in this industry, but if they're going to create a report, we think that they should actually understand what they're processing. So the CNFA is asking this committee, like your predecessors did in 2019, to reject the fire chief's report. We're asking that the work completed by the CNFA and city staff be accepted. And we recognize that the report submitted back in, that was coming forward, sorry. The people that worked on our report were city fire, city police, city legal, city parks, federal inspectors, local retailers, the fire industry, and event planning. The work deserves to be respected. In close, and just to go to the permit process, this is very quickly, they talked that there was 110 people applied for a permit to discharge. There was over 7,000 purchases in the city of Edmonton during that time. So it goes back to education at the point of sale. Why did 6,900 people that bought product, not, I know it's red, not apply? And that's our whole process, where the process has to be put back onto the industry, and we work together to get to a result where it should be. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Logan. Ms. Kowalczyk?
Good morning. Thank you so much for accommodating my last-minute request to speak. I'm speaking this morning on behalf of the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, and I would just like to say that we support the recommendations made by the fire chief in his presentation this morning. I'd like to speak specifically to some of the concerns he outlined, and which are also noted in the attachment in administration's report. That attachment is called Ecological Impacts of Fireworks. As that attachment notes, fireworks have a severe negative impact on both wildlife and the environment. Firstly, the loud noises terrify wildlife. As noted in an article by Rocky Mountain Outlook, the explosive noise from fireworks can cause fear, stress, disorientation, and anxiety in wild animals. And Parks Canada has anecdotally observed a range of effects on wildlife, from summer nesting birds to wintering elk already distressed by the fall rut. Fireworks can cause wildlife to abandon their young, and mass death events of birds have been recorded, including in New York City after New Year's Eve fireworks. As a result of the stress fireworks cause to wildlife, in 2018, Banff National Park switched entirely to silent fireworks, a move that was unanimously approved by their city council and supported by residents. Edmonton's North Saskatchewan River Valley is habitat, a regionally significant wildlife corridor linking the Rocky Mountains to Elk Island and beyond, and it's also a north-south corridor for migratory songbirds, whose numbers have plummeted over the past 30 years. Our city has a major responsibility in keeping wildlife safe in the River Valley. Further, the attachment notes, in addition to the noise pollution produced from fireworks, smoke from fireworks contains toxic chemicals that pollute the air and water. Air pollution in the form of increased levels of particulate matter, including concentrations of aerosols, PM10 and PM2.5, are associated with massive fireworks celebrations and are known for posing health and environmental concerns. Increases in particulate matter in the atmosphere can affect wildlife health. It makes no sense to allow these particulates to land in the North Saskatchewan River and the River Valley. ERVCC, as I noted, supports the recommendations made by the fire chief. However, we further urge this committee to make a motion to switch to noiseless fireworks in our city. and to ban their use entirely in Edmonton's North Saskatchewan River Valley. We do not need to terrify wildlife and pollute the environment during celebratory events. In fact, doing so runs against the city's commitments to biodiversity and natural protection. Silent fireworks, accompanied instead by Indigenous drumming in Churchill Square, would be a far more ecologically and culturally appropriate manner for our city to celebrate. Please follow Banff's example and bring Edmonton's own celebrations into the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Has Alan Innes had the opportunity to join us? Not here or online, to my knowledge.
No, we don't see them in the room either.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll move now to questions of our speakers. I'll go first to Councillor Wright, who exempted this item.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you very much. So, Mr. Adria, sorry, can you maybe let me know how much of the fireworks, you said there's only 3 retail locations left in Edmonton since 2019. How much are sold online?
Yeah, okay, so I should explain that statistic. Under the sort of auspices of the Alberta Fire Code, Edmonton Fire Prevention shut down all but 3. Since then, there's probably 3 dozen again. I don't know how many places. So those have all come back because there is no longer a bylaw. As of June 2020, Edmonton Fire Prevention stopped trying to put in a vendor bylaw. So that changed that. And the second part of your question.
Any idea how much, what percentage is sold online?
And this is actually the thing about fireworks sales, and I guess that's not really what I was trying to talk about today, but the vast majority in Alberta, because of the Alberta Fire Code, everybody buys them online because all of the stores like in Edmonton got shut down or in Calgary. There's a company that's located right side out of Calgary that specializes in shipping to Calgary online. So the vast, vast majority of fireworks are purchased online, yeah. And companies are, I mean, one was setting up outside of Edmonton when they thought that there was going to be a ban on sale in Edmonton. So they literally build a warehouse outside these major centers and ship them in, right? So that's how they do it.
Okay, so then Mr. Logan, I guess, I appreciate what the industry has done to try to educate people and the Be a Good Neighbor pamphlet and whatnot. But if they are being purchased online, how can we manage that?
That's a great question. We deal with this. I've worked with 75 municipalities, and because they sell them online doesn't mean they want to do it illegally. They just do it because convenience. It's a business model. So we've got in Toronto, in Brampton, which the fire chief had brought up, we've worked with them for the last 2 years, and their focus is on more education. And our responsibility was to get our Be a Good Neighbor package included in the online packages. So when they get a package to their home, they get our course, and they get educated, have the ability. Because Brampton, we were just there last week or 2 weeks ago, is 52% South Asian. We've got our information done in Punjabi, like we recognize that there was a language barrier. So the CNFA doesn't sell fireworks. We work with education, and we understand the challenges, and we do things that we think will make it better, because the industry sells $300 million a year in this country. And we take on the responsibility to make sure that people are getting fireworks, consumer fireworks, have the opportunity to be educated. 99.9% of people do not want to hurt or damage something, but there is that 1%. And to the River Valley people, I get that, I agree with that. But the challenge is, it's not about stopping them in the River Valley, it's letting people know they're not allowed to. So hence at the point of sale, when they get the information or they buy their fireworks, whether online or in a store, the Be a Good Neighbor can be modified to say exactly that. That's what the program is for, is to educate people that are using them that don't know the rules. Not necessarily on purpose, they just don't know them.
But do we have the jurisdiction to insist that online sales provide that education if they're not based in Edmonton?
We got the CNFA is the people that supply them, or not the CNFA specific, but who is supported. So the people that buy their fireworks, there's 4 primary companies, 5, that bring fireworks into Canada. And all 5 support this program. We developed them with them because this is an issue not just in Edmonton, it's everywhere. Bans don't work. We can debate that all day for different reasons because people could still buy them. So we decided that we're going to start focusing on the 99% of people that do want to use them correctly. We worked with the Humane Society. We've worked with the Environmental Society in Toronto. We worked with the SPCA because we hear about animals. I love my dog, you know, I get it. So how can we find solutions? And so the industry has agreed. I mean, I should have brought a copy with me, but that's happening now back east. It is actually at the stores in Edmonton and some of them. So it's just a program that's been launched and is gaining traction.
Okay, and then I think maybe I just have time for one last question. On the federal regulation, what are the distance requirements? Because I think you had mentioned that Edmonton's was unreasonable.
Yeah. So there's two levels. The federal regulations are 1.5. There's and I'll keep it strictly to consumer fireworks, not the shows, because that's a different topic. It's better regulated. But there's distance on the federal regulations for, basically 1.5 to 2. So in other words, 1.4 is the number. So if it goes up 10 feet, we want people 14 feet away. What the industry has done, self-regulating itself, is we made that a 2 to 1. It's on the packaging. It's not a regulation, but it's something that we recommend. So we do a 2 to 1. And we agree with that. Like if firework goes up 10 feet, people should be 20 feet back. That's just our own self-governing because, again, we're not about anybody getting hurt. We want people to use it correctly. And that was the process.
My time is up. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jens?
Thank you for this. Am I able to ask questions of the fire chief at this time?
No, questions of speakers first, then questions of admin.
Because he counts as admin in this. Got it. Okay, then I'll defer to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So thanks everyone for coming. I guess just a few quick questions on that, on our second presentation. And Mr. Logan, I wanted to double check. You had put up on the slides that you had been working through some of the specific changes with Edmonton Fire Rescue as per the motion that was made to work together and come up with ways to help address the safety concerns, but also help make sure that we're not creating arbitrary barriers. And so what I just wanted to close the loop on, because I couldn't read through the slide before it moved over to the next slide, but that work, so it was done essentially, but now it's just not here before us. So was there agreement between sort of all the stakeholders, including fire rescue, on sort of where we were going, and then all of a sudden we don't have that anymore? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, from our interpretation, we were guided from this committee 3 years ago to get in a room and work it out. And again, we got everybody in the room, like everybody, legal, fire, parks, all that stuff. And there was 3 summit meetings, as we call them, where everybody was in Edmonton. They came from across the country and we met. They were progressive. They were intense. There was a 4th one because of COVID. But I've got I got an email because I met with the fire marshal and the deputy chief, again, a different deputy chief. And we went through we went through everything. We had worked through all of the things that were pushed back on us. And we had resolved all of them. And again, a big focus was on the education side. And I got an email on February 28th stating, okay, this is what it's going to look like. Perfect. And then we assumed that. And then I got a call from Deputy Fire Chief McAdam on March 30th or 31st, one of the two, saying that we're going to disregard that. And here we are. So everything in that report, or 90% of it, has been discussed in committee or groups and found resolution for.
And sorry, I guess the part I want, and I'll ask administration on this as well, but were you not given any reasons as to why all of that work had been discarded?
I was told, basically, when I asked the question why, because when I got the phone call, I definitely was surprised. I was more than that. Just couldn't be discussed other than, the answer was couldn't be discussed other than we're looking to fall in line with the rest of Canada. And that's not even close to being accurate as well.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and that would go against, because there were a few motions, but the most recent one was done back on April 6th of last year.
Yes.
Where the exact motion was that we, in consultation with appropriate stakeholders, review requirements related to fireworks and provide draft amendments to ensure the safety of Edmontonians while removing barriers and costs, which is what it sounds like you had done up till February 2018, and then have subsequently. Now we're here with something different, and that's our concern. So if ultimately what had come forward that you'd worked on February 2018 came forward, most likely you'd be here today very supportive, because it sounds like everyone was supportive of that direction.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'll ask about that one at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much for everyone who came in person, and also for the eagerness in registering to speak on this topic. So thank you all for speaking. First, that's a question for Mr. Adria. How many professional shows do you do a year on average?
We do 30. So before COVID, we did 80%, actually before 2019. But then the new regulations that council passed, immediately afterwards, they revoked all of our permits. And so we lost a bunch more, the other companies that were involved. So we probably do 90%. Actually, I was told by Deputy Chief McAdam that we do all of them now. So these regulations we're talking about are for me, for my company. So we do all of them basically.
And then you had mentioned a statistic in your presentation that there was a 40% drop. Can you just elaborate on that?
So in my efforts to, I was looking into this bylaw because at some point I noticed how the bylaw amendments were being done. They'd go, they'd skip this committee, go right to council. And so I did a FOIP request to see how many permits were issued and so on. And that's when I discovered that there was this big reduction from 2017 to 2019. And that's also when I found out that we did almost all of them, because I knew how many we did, I saw how many were in the request. And so,
right.
Yeah.
Because with administration's report, I think the goal is to lower the barrier for community shows,
Yes.
but you don't feel that is
Not
going to
at
be
all.
the case in practice.
Yes, and I tried to get some other speakers here. In fact, it takes me hours, personally, I have to spend hours to get each permit. So celebrating the end of COVID, we donated three $5,000 shows for each of the winter festivals, Deep Freeze, Flying Canoe Volant, and Silver Skate. I didn't get the permit till like the day before. I mean, we've been getting these permits for years. We get almost all of them, and there'd be some problem or other, so everything was delayed. And so I personally spend a lot of time and stress and energy to get the permits. The $100 is the least of it. Reducing it to $100, that new fee killed shows back in 2017 when it went in. All the $300 shows it used to be, that's when that mattered. Now only professional companies like mine who have to have really expensive insurance, we're the only ones who do these shows. Mm-hmm. So $100, it's already got to be a $1,500 show.
So you're speaking to that timeline for processing the permit. It's a lot more onerous.
It's the timeline. It's the fact that the rules and how they're interpreted change every year. Mm-hmm. We had a new set of rules in January. We had a new set of rules in September. So for me, they applied this new rule that they have this distance to green plants or trees. That's not found in federal regulations. That's how they avoid giving people permits in their backyards. I have a customer who had 3 acres. He couldn't get a permit for just the smallest firework because he had trees in his yard.
Okay. So I'm just mindful of time.
Sorry, yeah.
Do you sell noiseless firework? What is that?
Sadly, that is a bit of a. So what noiseless fireworks is that they don't have the burst at the top. Okay. And so, yes, we do sell those. The problem with those that people don't talk about is they leave a lot more debris. We actually don't use them at community celebrations in Edmonton because we're in parkland, and they leave debris, which is found by people the next day, and they mistake it for something dangerous.
Okay.
So that's the problem with noiseless fireworks. Yes, we do sell them. It's not a great fireworks show, let me tell you, to just use them.
Okay, no, fair enough. To Ms. Kowalczyk, since you brought that option up, just wondering if you want to elaborate a bit more.
Yeah, I guess I would just say that maybe the debris could be cleaned up, or as you just noted, a lot of those fireworks happen in parkland where the debris is a problem. Well, that's one of the things we're urging council to make a motion against as well is the use of fireworks in the River Valley altogether. If the debris was in Churchill Square, if there'd been an event with, the light show, Indigenous drumming, as I suggested, or other music, and the debris was in Churchill Square, I don't see how there would be a problem.
Okay, thank you. And to Mr. Logan, you do a lot of advocacy with 75 municipalities. What are some of the successes that you've seen, I would say compromises that you've seen have worked within the region? Because there's also kind of the table with, regulations in the region.
The region, like in this?
Yeah, that's right, this region.
So in Alberta, I live in Airdrie. Again, like you said, I've done 75 plus municipalities, probably more than that now. Like Morinville just put a new bylaw in March that allows the sale of fireworks. They didn't. We're working with Prince Albert. I'm back before council in Calgary, or at least councillors, but Chamber of Commerce because of the economic component. Airdrie.
Sorry, I was asking more about compromises or successes you have seen, but I am out of time.
Toronto, Brampton, Manitoba, I got lots. All of them, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. That concludes questions of our speakers. Just in case anybody else has any, but I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much then for your time. Thanks for coming and attending committee today. Appreciate your submissions and for you to make the time. So we'll invite administration back up. And again, we'll start with Councillor Wright.
Thank you again. So for administration, I'm just going over your definitions, and I think you had indicated there was the spray area or whatever. You do have that defined as being on a 2-to-1 basis with it. If it goes up 30 meters, there has to be an area of 60. Is that right?
Councillor, thanks for the question. Just to make it a little more simple, Edmonton uses the rules on the label of the fireworks as the safety zone, or the display manual provided by NRC Canada. We're not implementing any specific rules past that at all, just to be clear.
Okay. And then I also, on the definitions, you include under consumer fireworks sparklers, but I don't see any definition for consumer fireworks under the explosive regulations. Like, I'm just thinking for sparklers on kids' birthday cakes, like if we're going to restrict that.
I've actually just asked our expert on that, and I can get back to you in a moment.
Okay.
Particularly about sparklers. I wouldn't want to speak. I'm not an expert on sparklers, so I will find out and get right back to you.
Okay. And then I guess for, is Ms. Plouffe or anyone from legal on the line?
I believe we do. Our legal, Leela Ravenswamy is available.
Yeah, I'm
for legal
here.
questions.
Oh, thank you. I'm just wondering, so what is the city's liability, and has there been any instances or any precedent set as far as the liability that any other municipality has experienced?
I'm not aware of any municipalities that have been successfully held liable for any fireworks displays that they have authorized. The risk is always present, though, if the city is authorizing a fireworks display and something goes wrong as the regulator. Like, how much liability would be apportioned is very fact specific and would depend on the specific circumstances. But there would always be that risk.
Okay, so if people are setting off fireworks and not following the current bylaw, and that's enforced by bylaw officers, correct?
Or EP or Edmonton Police Service is my understanding.
Okay, so then I'm just wondering what will keep them from adhering to the ban, and then that would only be EPS that would respond.
I can have Chief Zatoni or Deputy Chief McCann step in more of the operational requirements, but my understanding is Edmonton Police Service will often respond to calls that are in progress just because it's a potential of some kind of an explosive. So they're usually the first responders on these situations. And also too, because of the time of day that these calls take place, they're often at night or when bylaw officers are not working.
Yeah, I can
And
add to that, Councillor. One of the big challenges when we don't have consistency is the messaging. Who to call, who enforces, and one of the reasons that we get calls to 311, EPS, even fire gets complaints about illegal fireworks use because people are scared of the danger. One of the goals of this recommendation is to simplify that, so we can say quite clearly that non-professional fireworks use is not legal in the city of Edmonton. So bylaw officers, EPS, even neighbors can be confident that the house down the road shouldn't be doing what they're doing, instead of how high is the firework, do you have a permit conversations. So bylaw is the right answer, and EPS can be involved as well in terms of who can enforce.
So bylaw is the right answer right now. Will that be the same with, if tier 1 was
Yes.
taken away?
Yeah, and to simplify the language, I know it's hard because the tier system, honestly, we've learned a lot about the tiering the system and why it wasn't successful. To keep it easier to keep track of, non-professional fireworks use is what we're looking to no longer support. So yes, bylaw, it would be the same answer as previous, but much more clarity on who can use fireworks and when.
Okay, but is that, so bylaw is not available when they go off at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning?
No, I can't speak for the bylaw officers, obviously, but perhaps that would be a fair thing to assume for now. Other cities that have had problems, that they have made robust time available to the bylaw officers if they've had complaints on specific evenings, celebratory days, things like that. But currently in Edmonton, I don't believe there's an uptick in enforcement on specific days.
Okay, because, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Thank you very much for the presentation and for this pretty, I would say, thorough report. So if on average, last year we had about 100 tier 1 applications, vast majority were declined. And then if I think about a lot of the fireworks infractions from last fall with some of the cultural celebrations, then the vast majority of those are illegal firing off without those permits, right?
That is correct, Councillor. And, as we heard earlier, if there's 6,900 purchases and we're seeing over 100 applications, the issue's a lot bigger than we can track with our data.
So given that compliance is already pretty light, pretty iffy, will banning use have tangible effect?
Thank you, Councillor. I think the notion that everybody knows there is a ban on use for non-professional fireworks will be a deterrent. And, we do recognize that there's issues of unfairness, and as mentioned earlier, and we're not addressing the sale in this proposal. But what we are and greatly concerned about, and based on the better data that we have, we know we've tried this system, and there's been education to, as we heard, vendors and consumers around this. We're still seeing gaps. We applied the GBA Plus lens and the environmental lens on this, and we feel that a ban on use for non-professional fireworks is the right step because of its overall nature of deterrent.
So in Calgary and Red Deer, it's already a ban. I mean, these are major cities, and I know they've been kind of writing in communication with us. Are you seeing success with their approach then?
Councillor, I've been in touch a great deal across the country with municipalities, and to preface the question, everyone has struggled since 2019 with the fire code change. The cities that I've spoken to quite closely are seeing success in that there's a simplification of enforcement. And when you go to the City of Edmonton website or City of Calgary website, it says very clearly fireworks are illegal in the City of Calgary. And measuring that over time will be much more meaningful than in the short term. However, there certainly has not been a worsening of the situation despite, there was a lot more fireworks sales during COVID. It seems to describe the way that the Calgary chief explained it to me, it seems to have gotten them to a place of stability while they continue the education piece around not being able to do it. In Toronto, just recently, as early as last week, fireworks were used as weapons, in fact, against the police there. And I spoke to the chief that day. And they are recommending more stringent things. So what it does is it allows them to know that the fireworks use is illegal, in fact, without having to ask the person, do you have a permit for using these fireworks today?
By the way, I'm over here, in person here.
Oh,
it's okay. It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I hope that answered your question. And I'll
No,
look
I
this
appreciate
way
that.
From now on. I'm sorry.
By the way, for the AHS data, do we know if those were from Tier 1, 2, or unpermitted altogether?
We don't specifically because they would have no concept of what Tier 1 or
That's
2
right.
is. I can say with a fair bit of confidence that the stakeholders here today stated they haven't had any injuries. So again, the professional piece is important to us, and we acknowledge it.
Yeah.
The injuries, to my knowledge, would have been completely by non-professional users without knowing the exact products.
And how do those data compare to other municipalities?
I don't have the other
Okay.
municipalities' injury data.
Okay. I guess I'm also wondering. Apologies, Chair. I might need another round, actually. So I am wondering, some of the community members who I think wanted to come and speak, read the report, felt like, it's fairly strong to kind of were dissuaded. So I do want to kind of share some of the ideas that they have mentioned. Ideas like designating a certain area in the neighborhood as firework, safe zone that people can maybe buy. And so these will be non-professional use. Can you just speak to the risks and the challenges with something like that? And has that been considered?
We considered everything. And if you obviously the report is very, very thorough. And I can tell you that the reason it's as thorough as it is because as we started to look deeper into the fireworks issue, it became about far more than simply a vendor permit. The city plan was introduced. It was absolutely considered as part of our recommendation today. We drew the line at professional versus non-professional because of the robust safety background and success of professional fireworks use. As the speaker spoke about environmental issues, concentrating that use in an area is far better for wildlife and the environment if you're going to endorse fireworks in a community. And making sure that the people doing it are trained, using the proper PPE. Things like wind speed come into account with professionals. So it's actually right in the federal regs. If it's over 40 kilometers an hour, you have to reevaluate and possibly not even shoot. Non-professionals, of course, it'd be very difficult to educate them to the point that they could make a wind call. Professionals can aim fireworks, for example, whereas non-professional users can't. And a review of the literature from across the country indicates pretty firmly that non-professional use is very dangerous and is where most of the injuries happen.
All right, thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Neck.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Thanks for the information. So I guess I wanted to start with the question around what we heard in the presentation today around there seemed to be work that had gone up to and including February 28th that I wouldn't mind getting sort of your perspective. It sounded like things were headed in a way that everyone is agreeing, and then we've since changed. And so has it changed or what's your interpretation of what happened from February 28th to now?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. A couple clarifications. To be clear, this report is not in response to the April 6, 2021 motion. That report was item 5.3 on the agenda, and the administration, the administration is requesting that our recommendations are accepted before the bylaw amendments are brought forward. What I can speak to about the past discussions is they were around primarily vendor permits, and you could see in the presentations by the stakeholders that was the focus of those. And this is an approach that really revealed itself when we did a wholesome study of the risks versus benefits of fireworks. So the February 20, up to February 28th, it was mostly vendor permit, and that didn't stop because we had undertaken the wholesome approach. It took a few months. I moved into the role in August. We were tasked with a very, very thorough request, and when we started to dig, the hole continued to get deeper, more interesting, in that there was a lot of problems presented with non-professional use that ranged far beyond vendor permits. So that was where the direction sort of moved, and our goal was to bring council a very thorough report on the risk-benefit analysis to make an informed decision.
Is there any reason why those two shouldn't be brought together? Because I mean, part of going back to old man Andrew, who's been around now on this conversation for a while, it feels like we constantly are making these changes, which, you know, I'll go back to some of the ones we made last term that I thought were hopefully going to be better, that in turn have actually harmed the ability to do these overall shows. And then I feel like I'm constantly left responding. And so I'm just wondering if it doesn't make more sense, if we're going to actually have a truly holistic conversation, shouldn't what we're talking about today come in combination with the motion that was made, and then we can see it together all on one sheet of paper, what we're thinking about, what the intended results are going to be, how this compares to what existed in the past, because I'm still struggling to understand how this is better or worse than what we used to have when we seemingly were able to do more community shows, as an example. So I guess my big question is, why should these be separate?
No, thank you, Councillor Knack. I think we did a review of the data pre-2020, and it was difficult to pull a lot of the numbers that I think I would like to show you today. What we've done since is obviously we've done a lot of work to improve our data collection, to improve our investigation techniques and what we're looking for in our reporting. But also we looked at ways we can remove barriers for these shows, ways that we can work with the vendors and the display shooters so that we can look for a solution that gets to a yes. And you know, we wanted to make sure that council supports this direction moving forward. As we did this thorough review, we found a lot more data and risks that we needed to make sure that council was aware of as we move forward, and that's why we're here today, is to make sure that you have the knowledge that we have and have what our recommended path forward is before we take the next steps and bring you forward a bylaw. So we were looking to reduce the fee from $147 to $100 in an effort to make it more conducive for shows to be had by professional shooters. And we want to do more. We want to continue with stakeholder engagement, come back with more details around the permit and what are the best options for Edmontonians so that they can enjoy a safe show of fireworks.
Thank you, and sorry to ask this a little bit again. I guess what I didn't hear is why this needs to be dealt with now versus combining it with the other body of work. Because what I've heard is we want to make it easier, but right now there's the promise of making it easier besides the permit fee, and I don't have the full picture, so I'm still feeling a little confused about why we would do one over the other versus doing them together.
Thank you, Councillor, and they can be done together, and your direction today will inform us on how we bring back the bylaw and have that fulsome discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if I can put forward a motion to maybe refer this back to admin for some further consultation and bring it back to council so that we can, along with the bylaw, so that we can have a more full conversation about that.
Effectively refer back and have it brought back with item 5.3.
Right, yes.
So yes, that motion is order, absolutely, and we'll presume that you've made that motion, Councillor Wright.
Well, I'd like to get, I guess, the wording of it if I could get the assistance of the clerk.
We'll get the wording up. Did you have questions in the meantime then, or beyond that?
Just referring back to my sparkler question, has that been clarified?
We're just looking at that right now, Counselor.
Okay.
For administration, we do need direction and support from council if for us to proceed around the Tier 1 permits.
So I guess maybe I would still like some more consultation done with the faith and community groups to see if how they can come together and to be able to help private residents reduce their use and maybe have that. Do they feel that they would have the opportunity to bring people together in the community to do fireworks rather than so that they would reduce the use of them in their own backyards or in their front driveways?
Councillor, I haven't answered your first question, and then I could go to the second on sparklers. And this is from our fire protection engineer, who's also one of our code experts. Top caps and novelty sparklers have exemptions within the explosives regulation under section 347, are not held to the same regulations for handling retail sales and consumer packaging. So they wouldn't be held to the same regulation.
So then that would be taken out of your definition then?
Yeah, and I believe in the technical report it is, but we could double check to make sure that it was, for sure. And to answer your question around consultation, given the depth and the thoroughness of the research that we've done, we wouldn't waver on our recommendation that fireworks should be used by professionals only. The residential or private land is not the reason that comes up so much. There's no such thing as a residential firework. Residential lots are small. Fireworks require relatively large areas for safety, free of combustibles, and houses and people, frankly. So where we get it confused is the size of the applicant's private land area is the limiting factor. So again, our recommendation would certainly be professional use in the city of Edmonton only, which is we feel is the best balance between still being able to enjoy fireworks as communities and safety in the city, a rapidly growing city that needs to get ready for another 1 million people.
Okay, but I don't think you got much feedback from some of the faith groups that you contacted, did you?
We consulted with the Edmonton Community Federation of Community Leagues, who are in support of this recommendation. So we did reach out to the most effective resource we have, which is the community league system, which is so strong and robust in Edmonton.
Yes, and but there's also a cultural aspect to it as well, especially around Diwali. And I see that you got some names for further emails, but I'm just wondering if some further consultation could be done with that.
We would absolutely welcome consultation on how to best provide professional shows, yes. But regardless of the reason for the celebration, we would not recommend non-professional use of fireworks.
Okay, and when you're saying professional shows, groups like Mr. Adria's, they're the ones that require the proper certification and licensing? Or is it the individual community league or faith group that's organizing?
A person can attain their display supervisor accreditation at the federal level. It doesn't need to be necessarily any one person. It's a lot like having the ability to do anything that's regulated federally. So when we say professional show, we mean one actually shot off, so the fireworks are ignited or electrified, however they're set off, by a person trained to do so.
Okay, my time is up. I think Councillor Knack has some more. Is this in relation to the motion then, Councillor Knack?
Thank you. I'll manage the meeting, Councillor, right? Thanks. So maybe I'll ask a few questions. Chief, you made a comment just a moment ago that you need direction on the Tier 1 permits. If this report is referred back to come back with the report in item 5.3, then it's status quo. So that would be your direction, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And so does that answer your question in that way? I mean, that would be direction for the moment.
Yeah, we want to make sure, and if the direction is to bring this back and incorporate it into the bylaw revisions, then that's where we head. We just want to make sure we bring something back to council that's they're going to be, there's an appetite for.
Well, I understand that that the recommendation in this report might not change, even though if it comes back, but it feels like context has been lost, that the chain of motions and the chain of requests and the chain of engagement that came out of the previous motion is sitting in another report, and that continuity of discussion seems to have been lost here. And so I feel like we're in some way, and this is no criticism of my colleagues, but we're asking questions that would be contained in the response to the other report, but the advice is the other report isn't going to be brought back until we talk about this one first. So maybe we need to have that conversation together. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that could be done. Well, let me ask you this: the work in the other report, is that ready to be consumed to be brought to committee and be discussed in relatively short order? Like, this doesn't need a long delay function.
We'd look to bring that back by the fall.
By the fall?
Yeah.
So it'd be status quo through the summer?
Correct.
In essence, okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Carmel. Actually, I'm willing to speak to it now just based off your questions. That was really helpful.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask the clerk then to put up the wording for the motion that Councillor Wright put on the table a moment ago, and we'll just make sure that aligns with your thoughts, Councillor Wright.
Yes, I see it in the chat. So I move that the May 30th, 2022 Office of the City Manager Report OCM 01281 be referred back to administration for further engagement with faith and community stakeholders, and return with bylaw 19985, amendment to Fire Rescue Services bylaw 15309 fireworks.
Great, thank you. Motion is received and is on the floor. So questions to the mover or to admin on the motion? Sorry, Councillor Tang.
I guess just a few more questions to administration. I appreciate that you've been engaging with EFCL, although I do think I would concur with this motion in terms of that conversation with cultural communities. I've been receiving some feedback also from the Chinese community around Lunar New Year, for example. And in the past, it seems that the industry has been really kind of rallying that. So I think there needs to be some targeted education to get those folks on board around professional use. So one of the things that you have mentioned is that other municipalities that did allow non-professional fireworks on certain culturally significant days found it really problematic. Wondering if you can, and they're now exploring other restrictions. Can you just elaborate on that piece and why was it problematic?
I can, and I happened to be at a conference last week where the Chief of Toronto was there and the Chief of Brampton and some of the other places that have embraced that idea. So the administration's recommendation was to ban fireworks in Toronto, but council decided that there was a couple of days that they wanted people to be allowed to do it. Frankly, it's a bit of a, it's very dangerous, frankly. Their fire services are run off their feet with complaints. Police they don't have any ability to know who's doing something. There are no rules, essentially. And it's not working out very well for that reason. Brampton is a unique case where they limited the size of the firework to 3 meters or 9 or 10 feet. Again, for a lot of cultural reasons there. And that simply is not working out well at all because people just aren't embracing the education piece. And frankly, 9 feet is more than high enough to start a fire in your backyard. And one thing I'd like to point out that Edmonton is one of the driest, most flammable cities on the planet at times of the year. It really is unique. Mm-hmm. And so cities with far less fire risk than us actually have done far more in terms of not embracing the days, like Calgary, for example. And I think
we're probably getting worse in terms of climate change.
Absolutely, the future is drier, and there's going to be greater fire risk for sure.
Yeah, and so I guess on that piece I heard earlier from Mr. Adria, just in trying to make it easier for professional shows just hasn't worked. You know, on one hand, we can say that process of processing the permit is onerous, but it's also probably rigorous. I guess, you know, what other attempts have you kind of really made to make sure that that piece is working well for business, you know, local
Right.
businesses like his?
For sure, I can, and thanks for the question. I'll be honest, this has been really challenging for administration, and it's been really challenging for administrations across the country. Edmonton is not doing poorly, we're just all struggling through it in our own way.
Fair enough.
So one of the things when I moved into this position in August, and the fire marshal did as well, is that we absolutely made it a top priority to make consistency part of our top priority plan for this. And we have. And we've worked very closely, in fact, with a lot of community leagues. And more recently, and forgive me, I'm probably not going to, the Al Rashid Mosque for EID, or ID, we worked very closely with them to get a permit at the last minute to make sure that the cultural celebration could happen. And the way we're using our technology now is much, much better. It's a very different world than it was, certainly even from 12 months ago.
Yeah.
We made leaps and bounds towards consistency, streamlining, making sure the rules are in place, forms have been made. We made our website friendly to all platforms instead of just being Google or Explorer. So we've made some very big improvements, and we continue to make more.
Yeah, and I you know, I encourage to be in pretty close contact with industry, as they've, you know, they also have a lot of those expertise as well. I guess one final question, and I'm taking advantage of my 5 minutes, but I do think it's 3 minutes at committee for second round, right? Yeah. So my last one, can you just speak to the importance of why it's important to be consistent with other municipalities, just for emphasis here?
Well, I guess that ultimately, of course, is a council decision. But one of the wisdoms that we can glean from that is that a lot of professionals looked at a lot of possible solutions in a lot of places. And we do have support from other municipalities because, you know, Edmonton was Edmonton was named as a place where it's working, right? And I showed you pictures of a fire that almost burned a neighborhood down earlier. There's tremendous risk here too. So I wouldn't say that we should do it because other municipalities do, but respecting that a lot of experts went into a lot of council reports and a lot of your peers in other cities felt that the risk did not warrant the use of non-professional fireworks is something administration had to consider and bring you the whole story.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Just to speak to this motion, if that's okay.
Sure. Okay. Any further questions from anyone? And Councillor Knack?
Just to speak as well, thank you.
Yeah, we're to speaking now, so go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Oh, thank you. Thanks,
No,
Councillor Carmel.
Oh,
Should Aaron, Councillor Rutherford, was she ahead of me? Sorry, I thought she was.
Go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So I appreciate the motion for back. I think, again, this why I'm frustrated / confused. So I actually think probably the changes in this aren't unreasonable. The notion of of only allowing for professional fireworks shows probably isn't a bad thing, even though frankly I don't think it's going to make a difference at all. Like I truly think if individuals can still buy fireworks online, they're still going to find ways to do it, and with the greatest of respect, even if police can enforce it, it's not like they're going to run out on a Friday night at 11 o'clock to go stop those shows. They're going to be doing a million other things that are much higher priority than that. So I think it's a somewhat meaningless change, but I also understand the intent behind that specific change. I think the concern that I have goes back to this notion of consistency, and I am still struggling now 4 or 5 years later. And so what I'm hoping will come back in 5.3 and this is a clear history of events as referenced by Councillor Cartmel in his questions. What I want to see is what it took to do shows professionally by community leagues, by faith groups, by the groups that have been doing shows for decades, what that process looked like 3 years ago, 5 years ago, and what that process looks like under whatever it is we're proposing. Because I think where the issue is that it is far more challenging to do it now than it was 4 or 5 years ago when, and I remember asking the question a few years ago, did we have any measurable events from those community-led shows? And the answer was no, we didn't have anything. So it felt like we were trying to fix a problem that didn't actually exist. So so this uncertainty that we've asked, and I was the one that made the motion last year to work with stakeholders to figure out ways to make sure it's done easier while not compromising on safety, in terms of costs, in terms of not having all of those barriers that have since been put in. So I don't see it being easier right now. And maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am, but I haven't seen that detail yet from any administrative report in now a couple of years. And so what I need is to see that clear detail to show what is the difference, what's the cost difference, what's the requirement for the inspection, what does that timeline look like, what does the community league need to do to fill out paperwork, what kind of paperwork are they required to fill out today versus what they were required 5 years ago, why are we making those changes? That is still missing in all of these conversations. So I think we need that. And because we don't have it, that's why this needs to be sent back. And I think the motion we made last year was very clear about not just engaging, and with the greatest respect to our speakers today, I mean, I'm glad you're engaging with industry, but we need to engage with beyond EFCL. It is, I recognize in the West End, it's probably primarily community leagues that are doing it. But in other parts of the city is absolutely being led by other organizations that are not community leagues. And those groups have also been struggling, because I remember one of the former councillors talking about the struggles that were in place to do shows like Diwali shows, and how that's changed over time. So forgive my frustrated tone, Councillor Carmel as the chair. I'm struggling to see to figure out why we haven't been able to get any of that yet. And so I'm hoping that by referring this back, having everything to come together, having a clear history and a clear breakdown of why the changes are being made will maybe get us to where we finally need to go. And my biggest worry is that between now and the fall, again, I think we're going to end up seeing some community shows not happening this year if we're not being diligent in trying to find ways to make it work. Because this past year, a number of shows were able to proceed, but a number of regular shows that went on for years were not. And so I hope that while we wait until the fall, that we can work with those groups that have normally done shows, never with ever any issues, finding out ways to make sure they can continue to do their shows in the next 6 months while we go through the bigger body of work. So thank you, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you, Councillor Neck. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did want to speak to this motion after reading the report and listening to the conversation this morning. I didn't have any questions, but this motion is a bit surprising to me, actually, compared to what I came in here after reading the report. And maybe I don't have the same background context as some of the former councillors do, but this is experts telling us that they don't recommend non-professionals doing fireworks, and that's something that has happened across jurisdictions across Canada. And as somebody that's been an engagement professional, do my master's in engagement, I can tell you there's do engagement and there's times when it's not appropriate to do engagement. And I think it's not appropriate to do engagement when we have experts that are saying from a safety perspective, they recommend not doing this. I think I like the point where Councillor Knack said of how do we work with those faith-based communities and other stakeholders to get them that certification so that they can continue those processes over the next while. But I don't understand why this is such a controversial motion. To me, another thing that really stuck out in the report is that we'll be able to divert 0.5 FTE to some of our other priorities like the Problem Properties Initiative. This is taking up somebody's time and resources that we could be streamlining. So I came in here totally thinking this one would be benign, and that's my naivety, I guess. But I really do think that the Edmonton Fire Services has laid out a very clear understanding of the rationale. I think that we need to think about the liability that we incur. And so I don't agree with Councillor Knack that this is for nothing, because I do think from a liability perspective, this changes everything from a city perspective. And so I would urge, I'm not on this committee, I cannot vote to this today, but I think that we need to, move forward with this. We need to start the work. To delay this till the fall is just continually delaying our decision making. When I can't see a report coming back in the fall that still doesn't have those professionals recommending not to have non-professionals do fireworks. I get the fact that, and I think that the argument that was made that it creates clarity for the public as well, because rather than, seeing fireworks and not knowing if somebody has a permit or not, if somebody's doing fireworks in their backyard, that that's not allowed in the city of Edmonton, and it's very clear. You can at least phone it in and report it. And so to me, this does make a difference. It's important. It streamlines our resources. It makes it really clear to the public what our expectation is. It aligns with other jurisdictions and best practices, and it's taking the advice of the experts in the room. So for those reasons, I really hope that I urge committee to consider not supporting this motion and moving forward with the recommendation in the original report. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to the motion before I go to Councillor Wright? Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you very much. I too am frustrated by this process, Councillor Rutherford, and that we haven't brought it all together in one sort of comprehensive package, and it seems to have been delayed year over year. So I would ask administration if they could bring it forward before the fall. And I know that might be difficult without further or to speed up the consultation process. Councillor Rutherford also mentioned about from a liability perspective. I'm also concerned that there hasn't been any precedent as far as any municipalities being having to take on that liability. But I would like some, I guess, maybe some further clarification on that. But I do think we need to take into account faith, cultural, community groups, their perspective, how we can work together with them to reduce the illegal use of fireworks. We might also want to consult with the Oilers Entertainment Group, because when McDavid scored the other night, I heard fireworks going off in the neighborhood. So that might be, no, I don't think that's a big concern there. But I would appreciate a more comprehensive, fulsome report back to council, and as Councillor Knack indicated, sort of the full history as to where we were and where we are now, and where we need to get to with this bylaw. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on the motion.
One moment, please. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that motion has been carried. So we'll look forward to those items coming back to committee just as soon as that can be done. Thank you. Thanks both of you for being here. Appreciate your time today. This takes us to item 6.3. 6.2 is time specific for this afternoon. So 6.3, sidewalk maintenance renewal process. Good morning, Mr. Sebreth.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. This morning we're here to share an overview of the new sidewalk maintenance strategy. We were in front of committee in January and scheduled to come back in April. However, it was deferred due to scheduling. So we are back this morning. I have Ms. Caitlin Zarabeski with us. She's our Acting Director of Infrastructure Maintenance. Also joining us shortly will be Craig McEwen, our Branch Manager of Parks and Road Services. So all across Edmonton, most people will use a sidewalk at some point in their day, regardless of their primary mode of transportation, age, gender, or socioeconomic status. The Sidewalk Maintenance Renewal Program will allow us to proactively identify and repair sidewalks in poor conditions located in high-priority areas, ensuring safe and barrier-free travel. We know that the sidewalks are a vital part of the mobility network, and that facilitating barrier-free travel using active modes not only leads to accessibility benefits and curb cut effects, but also helps us meet our carbon commitments and enhances our city's resilience under climate change. We've identified an opportunity to incorporate a GBA Plus lens into the city's current sidewalk maintenance prioritization, and this new strategy will address this. We believe that this is a proactive and impactful approach to ensure that pedestrians and parapedestrians can move out through their destinations easily. I'll now ask Ms. Zarabeski to provide more on this project.
Thank you, Gord. When we spoke last about the sidewalk maintenance in January, we provided a response to an inquiry regarding sidewalk repair timelines. We are returning today with a response to a second motion made at that time to return to committee with options for a sidewalk maintenance renewal process separate from neighborhood renewal and bring forward a prioritization for especially high needs areas. As you can see, we are in the early stages of this conversation with the city, council, stakeholders, and Edmontonians. Next slide, please. The project started off by asking a simple question. Are our current sidewalk renewal and repair strategies ensuring that our most important sidewalks are being repaired? The city currently has 3 streams of sidewalk repairs covered either by capital or operating budgets. From the capital side, we have the neighborhood renewal program, as well as local collector and arterial reconstruction projects. From the operating side, we have repairs which are based off of 311 requests, as well as from trip hazards that are identified annually as part of the sidewalk inspections. Looking into this existing renewal and repair practices, we identified some project goals to be understood. To understand, number 1, are there high priority sidewalks which are in high walk areas or in high need areas, which are being neglected as part of the existing framework of repair? 2, is there a better way in which we can prioritize repairs? 3, how can we be most equitable and impactful in our sidewalk repairs? 4, is there a need for an additional proactive repair strategy which, apologies. Which locates important sidewalk corridors which are in poor condition and needs to be repaired. The strategy is intended to be supplemental in nature and is not intended to result in changes to existing sidewalk renewal and repair strategies. It will complement existing renewal programs, including the BIA prioritization program. While the BIA program focuses on scheduled renewal work, the new sidewalk maintenance strategy prioritizes the maintenance activities in advance of renewal and when maintenance is required. The sidewalk maintenance strategy will consider the overall city plan concept throughout the development of the project. Specifically, the strategy will utilize the city's plans, nodes, and corridors network, an active transportation network when developing a trip generation model to determine the most effective pedestrian-specific corridors throughout Edmonton. While the city plan provides a great starting point, the strategy aims to further analyze, quantify, and prioritize sidewalk demand and need throughout trip generation modeling to understand exactly where the most walked sidewalks are in the city to optimize the impact of repairs and improve accessibility. In order to answer the questions, next slide please, thanks. In order to answer the questions laid out in our project goals, we needed to create a framework which encompasses the necessary data to fully understand the existing landscape and develop a proactive solution. The first data set we looked at was the sidewalk conditions. Working with the city's life cycle management team, we were able to map out all of the sidewalk conditions throughout Edmonton and locate the sidewalks which are in the worst condition. We then added it on in a layer which showed the locations of which the 311 requests are coming in. By comparing a heat map of requests to locations with the worst condition sidewalks, we were able to determine whether requests were guiding us to the worst condition sidewalks. For the most part they were, but there are several instances where neighborhoods with poor condition sidewalks were underrepresented in sidewalk repair requests. A GBA plus lens tells us that certain communities and demographics have more resources and time than others, and that is reflected in their ability to report sidewalk issues to 311. Our next step was to create an importance network index. Importance here is referencing demand based on proximity to important pedestrian destinations. Sidewalks near schools, transit stops, senior centers, parks, and healthcare facilities were given a higher importance score than sidewalks that didn't have a pedestrian destination nearby. Forthcoming phases of developing this strategy will require measuring and modeling pedestrian traffic, as well as engagement with pedestrians in those targeted areas. We then wanted to understand the needs of the city. For this, we added a social vulnerability index, which has a cumulative index that consisted of 9 metrics: education, employment, income, immigration, government transfer payments, home ownership, language, lone parent, and mobility. We like to know that these metrics are not set in stone. This index serves as a starting point that our public engagement activities and research will be built on. We then overlaid our importance network index with our social vulnerability index to locate areas of the city that had both the highest demand, proximity to important pedestrian destinations, and highest need, the highest vulnerability scores, which served as our high priority sidewalk index. Once we identified the high priority sidewalk index, we mapped out all sidewalks that were already scheduled for renewal through IIS. Next slide, please. What we were left with is essentially sidewalks that are in the high priority sidewalk network that are in poor condition and are not already scheduled for replacement or renewal. In this preliminary analysis, our findings suggest that we could take the total inventory in poor condition and bring it down to a much more targeted range to repair proactively. This represents approximately $20 million worth of sidewalks to meet our criteria, and are currently not covered in future work and need to be repaired as part of a new proactive sidewalk repair strategy. It is important to note that this framework is not intended to take on any funding away from existing sidewalk repair strategies. In fact, 50% of Edmontonian sidewalks are in A-rated condition. So we believe that the existing repair and replacement programs are effective in their current state. This strategy is intended to be supplemental and locate corridors flying under the radar and proactively repair them. Next slide, please. This project is broken down into 4 main phases. Our first phase was focused on identifying and analyzing readily available data to develop a framework for a new sidewalk maintenance strategy, which would be focused on locating the most important sidewalks in Edmonton and proactively repairing them to good condition. This framework and prioritization system can also be applied to 311 to assist in identifying the most important requests to repair. Administration consulting with key stakeholder groups to introduce the framework, and data sources being utilized to develop the new sidewalk maintenance strategy. The second phase is going to be focused on assessing historical budget and investments to understand what the impact of historic work has been, and to understand the successes as well as shortcomings. Revise the strategy based on internal stakeholder meetings and feedback, and refining further our high priority network and updating our preliminary budget requirements. The third phase will be focused on finalizing the high priority sidewalk network by incorporating additional data sets such as trip hazard generation models, trip counts, and other additional data sets which have been quantified in previous city studies analysis. This high priority sidewalk network will be vetted and modified based on thorough internal and public engagement plans. Once finalized, we will re-quantify the sidewalks which are in poor condition and not in the future plans to recalculate budget needs. Lastly, we'll be updating budget projections based on additional analysis engagement done after January for budget adjustments in April 2023.
So when doing engagement for the city plan, we heard loud and clear from Edmontonians that they place high priority on access to their city. So to reach our community of communities targets, we need to ensure that our city has active mobility network that citizens can depend on. The The City of Edmonton would be a leading municipality in terms of proactively leveraging both equity and infrastructure demand lenses simultaneously. As we finalize and implement the strategy, the approach we've used for sidewalks can be expanded on for maintenance work in other departments as well as capital project prioritization. So through the sidewalk maintenance strategy, administration's taking an innovative intersectional approach, keeping our sidewalk network accessible and making sure no neighborhoods fall through the cracks. And that pun was absolutely intended. So thank you very much, and we welcome your questions and discussion.
Thank you, I think. We'll now hear from our speaker. Have we been joined by Stephen Raitz? He was to be here in person, but I don't see him.
We don't either, and we don't see them online. But I believe they were here at the beginning of the meeting, if I remember correctly.
All right, well, without any other information, I guess we'll just continue along then. So questions of administration. Anybody from committee? I have none. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
I believe Mr. Raitz did write in to say that he will not be able to speak, but he did send in some notes, and I thought I pick up on the question that he had posed. Just in terms of the, anyways, great report. I thought it was really strong even the first time I read it, and I know that this is the second time it's here, but he has some questions around the integration with bike plan. You know, is there a way to kind of weave those work together so that we're not just, upgrading sidewalks, but really upgrading shared use path and really contribute towards the goals of that plan as well? Is there a possibility?
So, Councillor, I think going forward, there's certainly the opportunity to integrate into other different types of facilities of infrastructure, being some of the bike trail system. But right now, this was certainly just focused on the sidewalk component and integrating it with our renewal component. But going forward, I think all the active modes can be coordinated in the same fashion. So, the maintenance philosophy is not necessarily one that's infrastructure specific. It can apply to the other components of the network, whether that be the trail system or stairs or any of those different types of facilities. But so certainly going forward, we can expand that.
Yeah, and I certainly think about some of the neighborhoods in my ward, especially in the developing neighborhoods. Obviously conditions aren't the same as the more mature neighborhoods, but I feel like there could potentially be this opportunity of not simply just sidewalks, but also that shared use path and enhancing our networks. I was wondering about, so the $20 million for proactive sidewalk repair, so this will be additional, or do we already have that money slated? And sorry, go ahead.
It would be additional, and it's conceptual at this point based on the original kind of starting point of the strategy. It would be supplemental to the existing budgets that we have today.
So then if approved, this will be looking at approximately just over 1% tax increase per year.
When we come back in January, we're going to come forward with a funding proposal as well as a recommendation of what that looks like, if it would be one-time ask or multi-yeared, but more of a strategy around the implementation would be available in January of next year.
Councillor, I think what we'd be presenting is basically a plan going forward, and really it comes down to how fast we want to tackle all of these issues, and certainly balancing. We know that council has many different priorities across the corporation, so balancing this against many of the other priorities, and it really comes down to how fast we want to tackle everything.
Yeah, and I will also just encourage some potential overlap. If I look at the maps for the social vulnerability and some of the other maps you provided, I think the areas that would qualify for that proactive piece are also the same neighborhoods that's been calling the 3-on-1, like the other stream, and certainly the ones that my office sees a lot. So I do wonder about, what are some of those overlap between streams of, I guess, assessment. I don't know what you would call it. Yeah, so I think those are the two main points that I wanted to highlight. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, and thank you for all the work that's gone into this. It's really encouraging to see sort of the direction we're headed on this. I do have a few questions, and I want to get a sense of how, you know, I feel like I have a better appreciation of how we do it on roads, that A to F rating, and I'm not quite sure what a D or F sidewalk looks like compared to an A or B. Because I was surprised to see just the sheer percentage that wasn't in DNF, considering some of the sidewalks that do exist in areas that I'm fortunate to represent. So I just wanted to get a sense if you can, I don't know, somehow try to help me better understand how those work.
I think we have Mr. Walbaum on the call from IIS, or Mr. Lehman, who might be able to provide a little bit more clarity around the definitions of the conditions.
Good morning. Actually, it's Pascal Douceur. I'm going to take that question. So, Councillor Knack, I think the best way to kind of look at it is understanding that a sidewalk has a concrete piece of infrastructure is expected to have a life cycle of about 50 years. And so when we do look at the degradation of those assets, we do take into account not only what may lie on the surface, but what we're experiencing and really able to document when it comes to the substructure and the impact overall of the concrete. And so things that would be requiring to be repaired do not necessarily put that asset in a D or F category. So when you really see something that has failed, you're talking about concrete that's losing its structure, and you're starting to see like really important pieces of it being removed over time by erosion, by you know, okay, the environment around it. Hopefully
so
that helps.
That makes sense. So as an example, and I don't want to go too deep into the weeds, but you know, there is a sidewalk that currently has a wide enough crack that captures my bike tire, and it's right across from a senior's residence. The base might actually still be pretty good. So even though that crack is giant, it might actually be rated a C sidewalk because the base might still be relatively okay. So we wouldn't necessarily look at that as a D or an F. I know you don't know the specifics of this one, but just as an example, is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be fair. I think the piece I would add is that those cracks were absolutely monitored and identified as we do our sidewalk assessments we hope to do them every 4 years from a life cycle management perspective. They're also done monitored by city operations. And so those would definitely be flagged for repair, but not necessarily affecting the overall life cycle of that asset.
Okay. That's helpful. And I mean, we had our separate conversation about repairs and how you know, we might need to expedite those repairs, but this is about life cycle maintenance. So I'm going to focus on that. So just understanding that the report talks about, you know, this cost to do that work, are you coming with a service package to budget? Is that already planned, or do you need direction to make it clear that that should be as part of the overall budget considerations?
Councillor, the intent was we still have quite a bit of work to do to identify what a program would look like. So we wouldn't be in a position to have an ask as part of the 23 to 26 budget. But we did indicate in the presentation that we'd be coming forward in January with a summary report, as well as how that could fit into future SCBA discussions. So at this point, because we're still at a very conceptual level, we haven't mapped out what an ask would be. As Ms. Zarabeski indicated, we do have a very high level estimate, but really what we wanted to do was present to council again when we have a detailed plan of what that could look like and how those costs could be spread out over, you know, a number of years.
Is there any option to bring something, because I think, you know, if we're being really honest with ourselves, there's not going to be any money in any supplemental budgets to do anything meaningful. And so if we're not part of that discussion, even though we won't have maybe every single piece of detail, is there value in bringing something to at least make sure we're comparing? We know we're going to need to put in some amount of dollars. You know, it might not be 20, but maybe we should be debating 5 as an example. And so is there something that can come forward so we don't essentially miss a 4-year cycle?
So, Councillor, I think we could bring forward, you know, a very high level ask in terms of the budget, but again, it wouldn't be to the detail that we would want final approval on until we had a bit more time to do some more you know, comprehensive analysis, because I guess what we're trying to do is we do have an existing program. We want to really optimize the existing program and integrate it with this new, you know, this new model of prioritization. So there will be some opportunities to make better use of what we have now that aligns with the new model.
Great. I'm out of time. I might have one more question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just quickly pick up on that, just with one question. It would also be possible at, you know, at some point beyond the 4-year budget deliberations to split off from another one of our, what I'm going to call envelope budgets, and migrate some of that funding to this work. So for instance, we could move dollars from, you know, the roadway maintenance envelope or the sidewalk maintenance envelope. There would be a way to migrate dollars towards this, you know, once it's fully teased out. Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. This might be a little bit off track, but kind of related because I'm thinking of budget for this. I understand that the aggregate recycling location here in Wurtzbo-Meetapi is being shut down, and I'm just wondering how much does that contribute to the cost of doing business and using the product from the aggregate recycled materials in building out our sidewalks?
So the aggregate recycling program is part of our waste utility, so it's not connected directly into this in terms of a budget component. And typically the aggregates that were recycled were used as part of the capital renewal program. They really weren't tied specifically to our sidewalk maintenance program.
Okay, but overall this, okay. So I was just curious as far as a budget impact overall to our city budget, what effect that would have if we aren't using our own product from this for any sidewalk renewal.
So again, because that's actually part of the utility rate base, that's within the utility, that doesn't come back to the city, you know, the city tax base.
Okay, maybe I'll just follow up with you again, just to get a bit more information, Mr. Sempercon.
Sure, we can provide you more information offline.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Last question, just to close the loop on, I think it was the question that Councillor Tang was asking. So as part of your overall program you're creating for renewal and on this, is it now essentially an expectation that unless there's a technical reason that prevents it, any sidewalk that will be reconstructed along an arterial or collector road will be done with a multi-use trail on at least one side? Is that sort of the base expectation now, or is that something that still needs to be made clear?
So any of the design or design specifications for new builds is outside of the scope of the strategy. So I can turn it over to Miss Pascal
I can
answer
jump
to that.
in. Yeah. I think your question, Councillor, is really when we're looking at reconstruction or other directed programs to enhance our active modes, which some of it, you know, has been discussed at council and will be coming back as part of the budget, but it really is outside of the opportunities that are related to this specific program, which is meant to maintain what we have.
Okay, then I'll save that question for budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions of administration. So, Councillor Tang?
So I will move to accept this report for information.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor.
One moment, please. We'll just get that up there.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Tang to close.
No, this was a really interesting, I've been following this conversation for some time, in the development of the report. I think it's been great work, and I really look forward to how we can accommodate this through the budget conversation.
Thank you. Please vote on receipt of information.
Sorry, yes for me.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. That completes item 6.3. Thank you, Mr. Sebrick and team, for your presentation this morning. Next, we'll have item 6.4, administration of the sport component of the Community Investment Operating Grant Program. Good morning, Ms. Fleming.
Good morning. City Council requested that administration look at transferring the sport component of the Community Investment Operating Grant in 2023 to the Edmonton Sport Council. By way of background, to provide some context in the amounts we're talking about, in December 2021, Council approved one-time funding of $3.75 million for the 2022 Community Investment Operating Grant. Following consultation with their stakeholders, the Edmonton Sport Council's Board of Directors is instead requesting to co-administer the sport and recreation component of the grant program with City administration. This approach will provide the Sport Council with the opportunity to ensure the effectiveness of grant funding to this sector, while also ensuring that the funding is effectively distributed. Administration will work with the Community Services Advisory Board, the group assigned oversight of this program, and the Edmonton Sport Council to ensure these changes are implemented. Please note that the program isn't currently funded for 2023-26, but a service package will be brought forward. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have, and I guess I should also introduce the folks here that are prepared to do so. I've got Crystal Kajener, Acting Branch Manager of Social Development in person, and I've got Roger Jevney, who is Branch Manager of Community and, oh my gosh, whatever his name of his branch is.
Rec Center stuff.
That stuff.
Attractions. Yeah.
That's mortifying. And Judy Smith, the Director of Community Resources Virtual, as well as Ronna Bremer, Director of Partnerships and Event Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now hear from speakers on this item. So James Rosno and Gary Shelton, who have been here before, although it's been a few years since we were in this room. So hearty welcome to you both. Nice to see you in person. So 5 minutes each, color lights on the wall. You remember the drill. Thanks for being here. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Thanks, Councillor, and thanks to the councillors online as well. We agree with what's been said. I think just to highlight a few steps is that ESC is asking for Council to permanently reinvest in the CIOG granting program. The step 2 is really that ESC will work with admin, as was stated, on the Live Active strategy with a focus on inclusion and diversity through the management of the granting program. And then step 3 is for us to look at a commitment of a service package that aligns with city budget over the next 4 years for the Edmonton Sport Council.
Great, thank you.
And
Sheldon.
I'm here to answer questions that James might not be able to.
Okay, well, short and sweet. Mr. Shelton, you and I had a conversation not too long ago about the amount of operating support that the Sports Council receives from the City of Edmonton. And we had a bit of conversation about how, if that were to increase, then you might be able either to do it more or maintain what you have been doing over the past little while. Do you have anything to offer on that?
And I've done thinking about that and had a conversation with James, and our current funding is $220,000 a year. We believe that looking at where the cost of living has gone over the past 4 years, taking our half-time social media strategists off grants that are no longer available and retaining her or someone in that position, and then administration of the grant program We think we're looking at $400,000 a year for the funding of the Sport Council as a whole.
So an increase to $400,000 a year would be essentially your ask. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Sir? Yeah. And we've heard from administration that there's an unfunded service package coming forward to support these grants on an ongoing basis. We'll see that at the 4-year budget deliberations. I want to talk a little bit about Live Active. We also had a bit of a conversation about this, and Live Active has been an initiative that's been supported by various councillors over the years. It's kind of lived in that space of championing and speaking to and supporting. And do you see a closer alignment between that initiative and that Live Active thing that lives with administration and your work in administering these grants? Like, is there a closer tie that could be made there?
We believe that the Community Investment Operating Grant can be used effectively to advance the Live Active strategy by making targeted investments to advance inclusion and diversity, which then align with the city plan and the outcomes of the social development branch. And the Community Investment Operating Grant is the only operating grant out there for community sport organizations. And they are in tough times right now, but they're also doing some very good work around diversity and inclusion, or at least some of them, but there is better work to be done, and they need to be shown the way.
It's my understanding that with the latest series of grants, and maybe sort of partway through the approval and allocating of those grants, that there was a feedback loop that was required from recipients that spoke to these things we're talking about in terms of Live Active, inclusivity, equity of access, what are the outcomes that we're trying to drive to with allocating these grants. I guess, do you see that work being fruitful? Has it been done in a reasonable way? And do you see the Sports Council having a role in improving how that feedback loop is administered and developed, I suppose?
Right now, we're working with city administration in developing resources for organizations so that they know what the city is looking for them to achieve as to diversity and inclusion. And those workshops, and we'll be putting on workshops early in June for those that wish to participate. So this is where, again, they need to be educated. And they don't naturally know what outcome reporting is because it's not something they do traditionally. At the same time, I did some analysis of the 2022 Community Investment Operating Grants, and already 65% of sport and recreation organizations have a financial assistance program. And that was one of the questions that was asked. Many of them are doing work on diversity and inclusion. So it's not something totally new, but it's never had to be reported on. And that's the major difference. And once we start driving organizations to advancing diversity and inclusion, and over time begin changing the scoring criteria so that those that are advancing diversity and inclusion more are rewarded more with a larger grant, and those that aren't advancing those issues, they don't qualify.
Should we call them Live Active grants? Would that have any value?
I think that would have value.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's not just a renaming of the grant, but it's changing how those that it's changing the criteria, it's changing the scoring. Right now, in 2022, there were 10 points given for financial administration. There were 5 points given for advancing the outcome reporting measures that were identified by the city. How do we change it 10 to 10, right? 10 for financial, 10 for outcome reporting. Are we achieving what the city wants us to achieve, as well as having good books and being financially sound?
Yeah. Thank you. My time is up. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. I did attend the most recent Edmonton Sports Council AGM just to find out a little bit more about the organization. I think you were surprised to see me on there online. I'm just wondering, are all sports organizations part of the Edmonton Sports Council across the city?
So there are approximately 950 sport and active recreation organizations in Edmonton, and about 200 of them are members. And to be a member, you fill a membership form, and it's basically a value. You believe in what we're doing to advance the sector in Edmonton. By adding administration of the Community Investment Operating Grant Program, that in itself will give more credibility and more impotence for many organizations to join.
Okay, and would with Edmonton Sports Council administrating these grants, would you need to be a member in order to qualify?
No.
Okay.
That is the same criteria that the Edmonton Arts Council has for its grants that it administers.
Okay, that's good. I didn't want to sort of have it restricted to that. And you talked about the scoring criteria and outcomes and whatnot. Are those the challenges that you see that city administration is having in administering these grants? I'm just wondering sort of why you feel that you would be in a better position to administer them.
I believe that we know the sector better than administration. We live with it every day. It's a two-way street in my eyes that administration of the grant program brings credibility to the Edmonton Sport Council as it does to the Edmonton Arts Council, the Edmonton Heritage Council, and therefore reinforces the value of the Sport Council to the city, but also to the sector. Those are some thoughts off the top of my head.
Okay, all right. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. So I just want to be clear about what you said earlier around increasing the operating budget, or the proposal from 220 to 400. So would that difference be on top of the 3.75 million CIOG?
There would be an additional about 180,000 on top of.
So it would be on top of?
Top.
Okay, gotcha. I remember during the fall budget conversation, you made a very strong case for why the Sports Council should take on this role. So I guess I was a little bit surprised to see the report, but I can understand that maybe this year's kind of too soon. So it's not so much that you don't want it, but it's more the timeline, and we want to be ready for it. Is that right?
Yes, you're correct. It comes back to one, the grant program's unfunded. Mm-hmm. And to put the infrastructure in place to administer it for 2023.
Too premature.
Too soon.
Yep.
We surveyed the sector. We surveyed 157 sport and active recreation organizations that received a grant in the last 2 years. About 57 unique responses were returned to our survey, which was quite outstanding in our eyes. And all but two, there were only 2 organizations that wanted one pot of funding for sport and social services, and only 3 wanted the City of Edmonton administering the program by itself. The vast majority wanted a partnership of administration of the city and the Sport Council, and that partnership to me is a great first step, because the city does some great work, and it has expertise in place that the Sport Council doesn't, especially around evaluating the financial stability of organizations and their governance. But we bring different knowledge to the table. So that's why a partnership makes sense, where we with city can set the criteria and then rank how organizations are doing, and eventually look at the Sport Council solely administering the grant program.
Gotcha. No, that's very helpful with that level of detail. I have a couple questions for administration, but I'm just wondering. Obviously, cities play a huge role in community recreation, but in my time when I was previously working for the Ministry of Health at the provincial government, health promotion, physical activity, all of that is a huge role there as well. What do you think is the role of the provincial government here?
It's a great question.
coming. My day job is to run a provincial sport organization, so I'm the executive director at Athletics Alberta. So really interesting times for sure, in that our sector is seeing a significant negative outcome from COVID. There's many reports that have come out just talking about the mental wellness, the physical wellness. So we have a provincial government that has a mindset of taking a different approach. We've had the opportunity to meet with Minister Orr and talk about an alternative perspective to funding that includes a cross-ministerial approach where perhaps health is funding sport in partnership with education, in partnership with culture, so that we are taking more of a proactive approach to health and wellness. So it's a really good time for those types of conversations, and I think we're seeing a change provincially in the government in their approach to how sport is funded. So I think we can look at that as it trickles down to the municipal level as well.
Great, thank you so much. I'm glad that that conversation is happening.
Thank you. I see no other questions for you. So thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you taking the time to come down, especially in person, and waiting around. We'll now go to questions of administration. I only have two. Should we call them Live Active grants? Does that matter, or is that, maybe that's a mistake? I don't know. I mean,
we don't see any issue with naming them that way. I mean, it is a separate stream dedicated for sports, and that is the city's strategy around that. So, but I would also defer to my colleague, Mr. Jevney, in case he has an opinion.
Well, we would agree. I mean, calling it Live Active, it is about supporting the operating funds for those organizations that are delivering programs that do get kids active, or get people active in our city. So we wouldn't have a concern with that.
well, I just think that, and I don't know if you need a motion on that or not, but I just think there might be some value in we've tried to emphasize Live Active as a notion or as a goal or an initiative, and this is not new money, but sort of directing this money and calling it this might, add to that emphasis. So might be some value in that.
Yeah, it's still an active strategy for sure, for a city strategy and policy to move forward on Live Active. So giving it more profile and showing that we're dedicating funds towards those organizations that are helping us be active is we wouldn't have any concerns with that renaming.
So that's great. So do you need a motion then, or is that preferred?
Let's take that back. It is
All right, okay, I'll leave
described in the grant funding policy. It's very specific around community investment operating grant policy. So we may just have to explore what changes we would need to make within the policy to rename it. But I think we could start to call it that just as we move the program forward.
Okay, happy to leave that with you, Mr. Jevney. And then the other, just to confirm, we heard earlier, I think, that that administration will be bringing an unfunded service package, or you'll decide whether it's funded or not in your budget documents for this grant program on an ongoing basis. Yeah. What about an increase to the operating grant for the Sports Council? Has that been contemplated at all by administration? The rise from 220 to 400?
It hasn't been contemplated as we put those together. So we'll follow up. First, I've heard it at this meeting, and our staff joined the Sport Council and some of the strategic planning just this weekend. So we'll follow up on sort of the timing of that, and if the grant, if it's tied to the grant program being reinstated, I think would be important.
Should I make a motion on that? Or do you want to think about it a little bit and you can get back to me on that? I don't want to put you on the spot.
I think if committee wants to see the service package, then probably a motion would be in order.
Okay.
Because they are separate right now. The funding for the Sport Council and the community investment operating grants are in two different budgets.
Right. Okay. So I will. I'll come back with that motion, and I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering from administration and perhaps Ms. Smith, I think you're sort of administering these grants. What have been the challenges for your office, if any, in administering the sports portion of the grants?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wright. There hasn't been any issue with it at all. The grant program is formula-based, which makes it pretty easy to administer. And we've been working with the Edmonton Sport Council on the program when we reviewed it, and have kept in touch with Gary ongoing every year. So we haven't had any specific issues around it. This year was a big change, adding that evaluation piece in. But we, as of note, many of the groups are doing some of that work already. They just don't know how to call it that. So that'll be the work going forward and helping do that. And that it really does align with the Live Active strategy. So we're very happy with that.
Okay. And so it makes sense then to sort of separate it out under the Live Active rather than keeping it with the CIOG?
Yeah, I think it's fine. We'll just have to be clear that this funding is around operating and have it better aligned as we go forward. So no, I don't think it's an issue having one of the streams called a different name.
And then so by taking some of the pressures off admin, would that free up some funding to provide the additional 180 that ESC is asking for?
No, we wouldn't want to take any money out of this budget. The most a group gets right now is $16,500. So we wouldn't want to pull any money from the budget to move over to the council's operating funding, because we wouldn't want to lessen that pot, because we still have, it'll be about half and half between the social sector and the sports and recreation, the two streams.
Okay, so it would be a real additional 180 in funding.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
I saw the mention of CSAB, the Community Services Advisory Board. Can you remind me, do we have anyone on there with sports background?
Councillor Tang, thanks for the question. The people on CSAB have all different sorts of backgrounds. I'm not really sure if anybody specifically has a sport background or not. But like I said, we've been working with the Edmonton Sport Council, especially on the review and changing the requirements to make sure it met everyone's needs.
And I was wondering if you had data around those grants for sports use. And I just want, I guess, to confirm that that funding is spread evenly across the city.
I'm sorry, we don't have data on location of where things are. It has to be primarily Edmontonians. And, now we're working towards this evaluation piece, but they have to be nonprofit, serve mostly Edmontonians, be active, providing services that are ongoing, and having an impact in community, but we haven't done a geographic assessment.
Okay. I guess lastly, just on that intergov piece, I know we have lots of different tables where we communicate with other, levels of government. And do we have one on? We do have one on sports. Is that right?
Councillor, I'm not aware of one specifically on sports. There's certainly sport-related ones around major events and funding of those or facilities, but not one in general on sport.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking of a committee, like, for example, in the past, there's been active transportation, for example, is an example where, the province, the city, school board kind of come together and talk about some of those things. Some of the tables we have around road safety is another one. And sort of given the feedback just heard earlier, I'm just curious about that.
We did have a Live Active committee
right.
when it was a council initiative, and the province did participate on that along with the school boards and many sport organizations.
But
that committee hasn't been functioning in that same way.
Right, because we no longer really have a council initiative on Live Active. Right. Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will put my motion on the floor.
One moment, please, Chair. We're just getting it up.
Sure.
I'm putting one in right now. on its way up. One moment.
Okay, so I will move that administration prepare an unfunded service package to increase operating support for the Edmonton Sports Council to $400,000 per year for consideration as part of the 2023 to 2026 budget discussion. So I'll very briefly introduce this. We've heard from Mr. Shelton earlier that for the Sports Council to continue its work, and with some of the other funding pressures that everybody's experiencing, this increase in operating support would allow them to do their work and to perhaps begin to prepare for that process that might see a transition of grant approval and consideration moving from administration to the Sports Council. So, of course, this isn't approved. This gets bundled up with everything else that we're going to talk about towards the end of the year in terms of funding support and budget pressures and the like. So, by bringing that forward, we'll be able to consider this in alignment with or in the view of all the other things that we'll be considering when we get to our budget conversation. Happy to take any questions, if there is any. And not seeing any, I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you need a vote on receipt of information of this report separately, or will this suffice?
No, that motion suffices.
Excellent. Well, that takes us precisely to the noon break. We will recess at this point and commence again at 1:30. A reminder that our time-specific items at 1:30 will be first item, Edmonton Arts Council, second item, Indigenous Framework. And that will leave item 6.5 for last item of the day. Thanks, everyone. See you at 1:30. Good morning. I'm going to call the May 30th, 2022 meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee back to order. Start with a roll call. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi is with us.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
I think we're also joined by a few of our colleagues. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Good afternoon. And that looks to be it. Oh, Councillor Paquette, welcome aboard.
Oh, thank you.
So we are time specific at 1:30 for item 6.6, which is the Edmonton Arts Council Connections and Exchanges, a 10-year plan to transform arts and heritage annual update. Over to you, Mr. Corbel, for a presentation, or to Sanjay?
Directly to Sanjay.
Directly to Sanjay.
Please.
Very good. Good afternoon, Mr. Shahani. Nice to see you. Please go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel and everybody else who's assembled. I was going to be in the room, but I'm sort of a little bit under the weather, and I didn't want to risk anything for anybody who was there. So I'm joining you online, which is not my preferred way to do it. But anyway, I don't have a presentation as such, because the report is fairly detailed, and it sort of gives you a really good sense of how the Edmonton Arts Council has been working to implement the Connections and Exchanges strategy. This is the second report that we will be presenting to Community and Public Services Committee. Just a few highlights from that report that I'd like to mention are that despite the pandemic, the Edmonton Arts Council has made some really big strides in implementing the Connections and Exchanges plan. So from the last report, one of the things that we have achieved, which is quite a feat, is that we have now mostly transformed our investment programs. So these are granting programs for organizations as well as individuals and collectives. And we did this work, despite the pandemic, we did this work by using a few tools that we could. One of them obviously was the online systems that we had at our disposal, but we used the measurement, evaluation, and learning framework, and we got direct input from the arts community through surveys, through qualitative focus group sessions, through other means that allowed us to bring people in for peer assessment committees, and we would often use time there to ask questions. And this has now resulted in new programs for organizations that you recommended for approval last month, resulting in almost $9.6 million of grants to organizations. That includes festivals, it includes arts organizations. The other thing I'd like to say is that we spent an awful amount of time in 2020 and 21 really ramping up our community programming. So we took artistic work and artistic activity directly into communities, and organized parades and impromptu performances and other kinds of engagement activities, obviously with public health guidelines in mind to keep people safe. And these activities, we actually did 50 of them, including music in the downtown to spur some revitalization around there. The third thing is that based on your recommendation at the last SOBA process and the approval by City Council of the COVID recovery grants, we've been very busy working with venues, with presenters, with arts and festival organizations, with downtown and other businesses to ensure that this COVID recovery grant goes directly to support artists who have been thrown out of work because of the pandemic. And so it goes directly to the economic resiliency of artists, including those from Indigenous and equity-seeking groups. But it also spurs the recovery of our downtown businesses and our businesses elsewhere. So in a nutshell, I mean, the report details a number of these initiatives. So in a nutshell, I mean, the Edmonton Arts Council has been busy. My team has been really, really busy. And I'd like to particularly note that our board has been sort of incredibly generous with their time, and has really put in many, many volunteer hours to make all of this work possible. So with that, I'll stop, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you, Mr. Chair, or the committee, or anybody else on the call, any other councillors would like to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation and for all your work, Mr. Shahani. It's great to hear from you again. And it's too bad you're not here, because we had lots of meetings in this room, and looking forward to kind of, back to normal. But nevertheless, it's great we have a chance to speak today. Just looking to my colleagues, questions for Mr. Shahani? Oh, there we are. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. First of all, thank you for all the good work that you've been doing. Really appreciate that. Just have a number of questions. I'll start with on the implementation of the 10-year plan, right? And some work is done. Just want to know your engagement with the administration to help implement through budget process. How is that going?
So thank you for the question, Mayor Sohi. So we have had, over the last 25 years, we've had a really close relationship with city administration. In fact, I often boast with my colleagues and my counterparts across the country that there is no city like Edmonton, because even though we are an arm's length not-for-profit organization, the work that we've been able to do with city administration has resulted in not only us becoming the grantor for the city, but we're also able to offer a number of services, including administer the public art program. So we've been working away with administration. We're at the moment, we are crafting the EAC's 2023-26 budget.
Okay.
And so we are in that process. We haven't actually concluded anything as yet.
Okay, but that process is underway, which is very good to know, because
Yes.
The 4-year budget, we started figuring out how we allocate resources. Another question I have is that one of the questions, I think Councillor Jens brought it up in one of the committee meetings, others as well, how we use arts and culture to bring more vibrancy into our LRT stations, into our public transit, to have more eyes, but also make it more a delight for people to have that experience when they use transit.
Yes. So you already know that because LRT stations are part of the city's investment, there is public art that is commissioned to be at the LRT stations. So that's one way that we bring
I'm more talking about performing arts, right? Having people do activities in the stations or on the trains.
So that's I mean, we have discussed. I've discussed this with the leadership team, and I think that's going to require a little bit of work with Edmonton Transit and city administration to make sure that the processes that not only allow artists to perform, but also, to ensure that the permitting process and ensure all those other kinds of things that can come in the way don't actually hinder our artists from doing that. We have so far, we have not actually put artists in the LRT stations because I believe that there are some safety concerns and there are some other kinds of concerns. So we will definitely do the needful and work directly with Edmonton Transit and city administration to see how we can get that going.
Okay, that's I'm glad that conversation is going. On the, one of the goals of this council and previous council has been to make sure that we are supporting artists from all communities, diverse communities, including indigenous communities. How is that going, and how are you measuring the success of making programs, funding, and other supports available to cultural community artists and indigenous artists?
All our programs are open, but we have taken some special steps, beginning with the board itself. So the board has, from a governance standpoint, the board has an equity advisory committee and an indigenous advisory committee, which advises the board. We also have on staff now, since the last budget session approved connections and exchanges, we have an Indigenous Relations Advisor and we have an Equity and Inclusion Advisor. These are new positions that we were able to do with the last investment council made. We also have some new programs that are targeted to equity-seeking artists, and so we have the Equity and Access Program, which we launched in 2019. And so that program is specifically targeted to artists who face systemic barriers because of heritage, race, culture, sexual orientation, and other kinds of systemic barriers. Okay. We also use our community programming, so we do a lot of programming in neighborhoods, including downtown, where we are quite intentional in engaging and hiring artists of color, indigenous artists, and so on.
And are you measuring that outcome, that more and more artists?
So in this report, we have the first baseline numbers, although I shudder to call them baseline because of COVID. We have the measurements now that give us a sense of how artists are relating. We don't ask artists to self-identify. It's a voluntary process. So it's not always accurate.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shahani, I appreciate all the volunteer time that your board has put in. I know it's probably been a bit of a challenge over the past couple of years, so thank you very much. And I'm really glad to hear of the success of sort of doing your community outreach and bringing the arts out to the neighborhoods. My question was going to be, are you planning on continuing that? But I think just with the response there to Mayor Sohi that is in the works. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, we haven't announced it as yet, but we are in the process of expanding the work that we do with city administration. We're expanding the Green Shack program, and we're going to bring in artists into that program. So that's going to be a big expansion across the city.
Oh, that'll be a wonderful addition. Great. Okay, looking forward to it in our neighborhood Green Shacks. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shahani, for the presentation. I guess, I appreciate Mayor's questions around supporting underrepresented groups, and I'm glad to know that there are some very specific, tangible steps taken. And I look forward to how some of those measures next year will compare to this year. Recognizing COVID really kind of moved things out of balance. I was, I guess not surprised, but I did note that many of the measurements are quite low in terms of organizational surveys and individual artist surveys, with the exception of a few of the goals. And so, I think reaching out to diverse artists, is one area, but I was wondering if you can comment on some of the others, the other goals And just in terms of sort of that mid-range, 30 to 50% people who said, agree or strongly agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good question, and it's something that we're taking into account into our operational planning. The question that arts organizations have been faced with, as you know, Councillor Tang, is it's very uncertain to plan anything these days. So we're taking that into account, and we're beginning to see how we can work with those I agree or strongly agree numbers to raise those to match some of the goals that we have. But I mean, in terms of concrete steps, I think a lot of it also has to do with our ability to be out in the community, and online things are great. Like I'm doing it now with all of you, but it's not a substitute. It's no replacement to being in person. So we're looking forward to more of that happening, so that we can do our workshops, we can do our outreach activities, we can do our engagement activities in person.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was particularly struck by the one of Edmonton's arts and culture has a great international reputation, and only 36% agreed or strongly agree. So, I know we have some very ambitious agenda for arts,
Yes.
but I just want to flag that one. I was particularly struck by, and just in rereading the 10-year plan, I've also noted arts habitat's role has been so, and I know you're not, you're speaking on behalf of the Arts Council, but I was noting that some of the actions there is very specific to space. So with the pandemic and we can't gather, all of that really, I'm sure, messed it up.
Yes.
I guess I'm just wondering, if a pandemic set us back in terms of where we want to achieve, do you see us back on track? And and what are some of the ways to get there faster, so we're kind of back on track to where we want to be?
Yeah, I think it's a complex question. I think one of the answers to that question, obviously, is that the audiences that were denied the opportunity to come to live performance or to go to galleries. Some of those audiences have been hungry and have been eager to come back, but the research that we have invested in also tells us that people are still trepidatious, if that's a word, because it's aligned with the waves that come and go. So when we are in a wave, it seems like there's more people who don't want to be in gatherings. And when we're not in a wave, it seems like things are okay. We're in this very funny situation right now because a number of people in our city have been, according to the data, have been vaccinated with three vaccines, but we also know that the transmission has gone up. So it's a bit strange. I sit on the board of the National Arts Centre in Ottawa, and the National Arts Centre has been closed. They've tried to open several times, but they've had to close down the shows because somebody in the cast or crew has had COVID. So there'll need to be more investment for sure in arts organizations and festivals. And I think part of it is to help them build an audience base that, might not be as willing to come into their venues and theaters. So that's going to require new business models and new artistic models to reach people who have now gotten used to this online world. So I don't think I've answered your question, but we will need more investment for sure.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks for the presentation. And I'm so pleased to see the focus on downtown and really appreciate your intentional investments down there to help build on the vibrancy that's happening there. I did want to drill in a bit further to the question that Mayor Sohi raised, just in terms of working with Indigenous artists and Indigenous-led organizations as well. When the granting approvals were given a few weeks ago, I was really surprised to see that only 80,000 of the 9.6 million was committed to Indigenous-led organizations, at least from what I could see.
Mm-hmm.
Just wondering if you could speak to that and steps that you're taking to rebalance that distribution.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we have. So let me frame this answer in this way. The new program that funded organizations that you just approved is now specifically focused on mandates and missions of the organizations themselves rather than some generic outcome. So that's the first step we've done to recognize Indigenous-led or organizations that have impact on Indigenous artists directly, because there's a strategic goal or strategic foundation. It is true that in our city, we don't have as many Indigenous-led arts organizations or arts and culture organizations. One of the ways the Edmonton Arts Council has been focusing its work is to actually work directly with individual artists and to work directly with collectives. Incorporating an organization, running it, coming up with alternative forms of governance, because the current forms of governance in the not-for-profit sector may not work for Indigenous organizations based on their approach to how they think about community and how they think about art. So I think our focus has been to ensure that there is Indigenous presence in our artistic community, which has meant focusing on opportunities for individual artists and collectives rather than organizations. So I would say that's the first response, and that's an ongoing response. The second response is that through our public art program that we administer on your behalf, on the city's behalf, we take every opportunity we can to put out calls that allow Indigenous artists in our community to be applicants. Public art is a different kettle of fish, as you know. It's not for everyone, but public art does directly afford an artistic process sometimes that directly engages community. And I think a lot of Indigenous artists, whether they are traditional practitioners or they're contemporary artists, want
Sure.
that sense of community.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm just going to jump in. Sorry, just mindful of time. And so the Connections and Exchanges report really, or plan, sorry, really speaks to the Indigenous cultural independence. So again, just wondering if you could speak to, maybe you mentioned there's a new Indigenous Relations Advisor. Maybe if you could speak to the scope of their work and just what we can anticipate seeing that may be different next year in terms of those grant allocations.
Yeah, so the Indigenous Relations Advisor is not directly administering a granting program. Their work is to infuse expertise and knowledge in my team, and their work is to work with our granting team. So I think our granting program officers and our granting advisors have already done quite a bit of work and have already done a good job, in my view. Are we there where we would like to be? No, but I think based on the Edmonton Arts Council's work, we see these organizations growing at the pace that they want to grow, right? So I feel the Indigenous Relations Advisor's role has been really amazing in terms of building new connections to artists who we didn't know and who didn't know the granting process. But also, the Indigenous Relations Advisor has worked with the I Am Collective, for example, over many, many months. So those are some of the tangible benefits.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's just something that we need to watch quite closely. And just, sorry, my final 10 seconds. I was just wondering, my understanding was that the strategy was really intended to be a joint project between the Arts Council and the Heritage Council. Just wondering where that partnership is at. I noticed that they didn't seem to be part of this annual report from what I could see. And apologies if I just missed them in there.
No, they're not. They come to you with their own report, but we do share a few actions. So you will see in the report that we have our own actions and Heritage Council has their own actions. And then under every aim, there are some shared actions. So we've been working with them on those shared actions. Again, the pandemic has not helped, but we've been working on a couple of those shared actions with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. believe that concludes questions of you, Mr. Shahani. Just to see if anybody else has any. Okay, and if not, the recommendation in the report is that this report be received for information.
I'll move that.
Mayor Sohi will move the recommendation. Speaking to it?
Very, very, very quickly, because I know we have another important coming up, second item at 1:30. I just want to appreciate all the work that Sanjay, his team, and the board members of the Edmonton Arts Council have been doing over the last number of decades. And I really admire the work, but there's a lot more to be done, particularly engaging cultural communities and indigenous communities and making sure that they're benefiting from the support that city is providing. At the same time, looking for opportunities to implement the balance of the programs, that balance of the long-term plan that will be coming to us as part of the budget process. But overall, arts and culture not only bring vibrancy and excitement, but it's also integral to our economic recovery and economic growth and jobs creation and talent attraction and everything else that we need for our success for the city, right? So really appreciate all the work you've been doing. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Great, thank you. See no other councillors clicking on, so please vote on receipt of information.
In favor.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you again, Mr. Shahani. Pleasure to see you. See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we have the Indigenous Framework Annual Update. Mr. Corbold.
Thank you, Councillor, and good afternoon, committee members. Today, we're bringing forward our annual update on the implementation of the Indigenous Framework. The Indigenous Framework was adopted by City Council and administration in February of 2021. One of the commitments we made in the framework was to increase communications about what we're doing and to move forward on our efforts towards reconciliation. And that we would provide an annual update to both City Council and the community on the implementation of the Indigenous Framework, and that's what we're here to do today. Joining me today is Ms. Flaman, Deputy City Manager of Community Services, Jamie Miller, Senior Executive Advisor, Indigenous Relations in the Office of the City Manager, and Andy Levy, Team Lead, Indigenous Relations from Social Development. Jen, over to you.
Thank you. Before we begin this presentation, we want to offer a territorial acknowledgement. These acknowledgements offer us an opportunity to situate ourselves in the lands we live on and help us reflect on the relationships that we were required to build our city and bring us to where we are today. Edmonton has the second largest Indigenous population of any municipality in Canada. We are a service hub for many Indigenous communities and home to many more. The community is diverse and includes First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. It is a young and growing community, and we want to work alongside community members to create a safe, welcoming, and vibrant city. In that spirit, I offer this territorial acknowledgement. We would like to thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Nahio, Dene, Anishinaabe, Nakota Iska, and Niitsitapi peoples. We also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of one of the largest communities of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. It is a welcoming place for all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home. Together, we call upon all of our collective honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city for today and future generations. It has been an eventful year since City Council's approval of the Indigenous Framework back in February, and we thank all of you for your support and commitment for the framework's development and for supporting the City of Edmonton to not only recognize the key roles of listener, connector, advocate, and partner, but also to embrace the importance of relationships and understanding of Indigenous worldviews and experiences. As you may recall, the framework provides the foundation for how all city employees can best support and build positive, respectful relationships with the Indigenous peoples in Edmonton. The framework and other project materials can be found online. The last year has seen several milestones for us as a corporation. We adopted this framework, renewed our MOU with the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations, created an urban reserve strategy, and most recently approved an MOU to work with Big Stone Cree Nation in their aspiration to develop an urban reserve in Edmonton. We are soon sharing an Indigenous housing strategy as well as an Indigenous procurement framework. Our commitment to reconciliation is foundational to our community safety and well-being work. And in the last year, we have been proud to develop a partnership with Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society on the COT program, and are in the development of an action plan on murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and LGBTQIA peoples. Jamie Miller and Andy Levy will now share more details about the implementation of the framework in year one.
Great. Thank you so much, Jennifer and Andre, for beginning us today. As we enter into our commitment to an annual update on the Indigenous framework for City Council, I'd like to begin by introducing the concept of kinship, which has really been the foundational piece of Indigenous knowledge and wisdom that has guided us throughout this journey of building the Indigenous framework. At the top of this slide are Indigenous language translations of kinship relationships. Wakotoin in Cree and Michif, Wangotoin in Anishinaabe, Nidajene in Deneta, and apologize to any Dene people if I didn't quite get that right, Ilagit in Inuktun as well. Kinship relationships, with elders, with community members, among city staff are fundamentally important in establishing a firm foundation for the Indigenous framework, and we're so grateful to the elders and knowledge keepers who have guided us so far in this journey. This framework has been built on the significant work that City of Edmonton and Indigenous peoples have already undertaken over the last several decades in building good relations and right relations. It was co-developed, the Indigenous framework was co-developed through 7 rounds of community engagement, 4 elders and knowledge keepers gatherings, 2 youth gatherings, and numerous other milestones along the way. The process of co-developing the Indigenous framework with elders, knowledge keepers, community partners, youth, and the broader Indigenous community has been like a river with many ebbs and flows and cultivating new and old relationships along the way. The Indigenous framework asks and helps us answer the question, how can the City of Edmonton best support and build strong relationships with Indigenous peoples in Edmonton? It strives to answer that question in the following ways. First, it is a living document. It is a guidebook to the ways in which we understand our roles and responsibilities to each other in that spirit of kinship. It emphasizes the importance of building trust with Indigenous peoples throughout Edmonton and amongst City of Edmonton staff. It honors our formal and informal relationships with elders, knowledge keepers, Indigenous youth, as well as our MOU and intergovernmental partners, institutional and agency partners. It includes a wealth of information shared from research and many discussions with municipal and Indigenous community leaders and members, service providers, and academics. And of course, I'd like to always acknowledge the elders and the youth and the community members who are essential to the continuation of this work. Without your guidance, this framework would not have been possible. And ultimately, to reaffirm that the framework is a starting place and we're entering on this learning journey together. The framework is a call to action for us as public servants to create an integrated corporate-wide understanding not only of what our relationships with Indigenous peoples need and can look like, but also how we can demonstrate our accountability. Next slide, please. By now, I'm sure you might have seen the 4 roles of the Indigenous framework. As public servants, regardless of whether you're a bus driver or a rec facility attendant, a planner, a social worker, or an engineer, the framework calls on us to live out those roles as a listener, a connector, a partner, and an advocate. There are things that we can each do, large and small, to support these roles. And so as a listener, we listen with open hearts and minds when Indigenous people share their stories and experiences. Again, change always begins by listening, hearing people's experiences that may be different from ours. And the elders have told us that we're not finished with the truth-telling as part of our reconciliation journey. Listening is respectful and people feel validated when we truly listen. It creates a dialogue with Indigenous peoples that leads to the right actions. A connector, we connect Indigenous peoples to the programs, services, people, and resources that enrich the community and foster relationships to create positive change. As a city, we have many relationships, across many sectors, and can utilize those to achieve the relationships that are needed to create the impacts that are needed. Other orders of government and institutions often have the same relationships with Indigenous communities that we have. And so we can utilize those and leverage those and ensure communication and connection to help create efficiencies, but also to reduce the silos that Indigenous peoples must often deal with when they're working with government. Partner. We work in partnership with Indigenous peoples on initiatives to improve the physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional well-being of Indigenous peoples in Edmonton. We've been told many times by community that there can be nothing about us without us. When we partner with community, people see themselves and are empowered to create their own solutions, and we can be a part of those solutions. And an advocate, we stand with Indigenous peoples to create a safe and inclusive city where everybody is treated with dignity and respect. The city as an organization needs to acknowledge and embrace the place and influence that we hold as a leader. We have a responsibility to stand up and lend our voices to the call for meaningful action on reconciliation. This can help create the movement required to set projects and programs in motion. Next slide, please. Here you see a summary of the 7 commitments that are contained in the Indigenous framework. I'm not going to read each one, as I'm sure you've seen them before. But the 7 commitments were identified through a process of community engagement. This work is about changing individuals' perceptions, increasing understanding, and influencing the system itself. The 7 commitments are intended to help shape to begin this change process within our organization through programs, services, policies, and culture, organizational culture, and people culture. Over the last year, each of the City of Edmonton departments has created a departmental action committee responsible for creating and implementing a department action plan dealing with how each will fulfill these commitments within their departments. We also have a corporate-wide action plan as well. These action plans have been created through reviewing the input and engagement of engagement with internal staff as well as community members during the development of the Indigenous framework. Year 1 of the implementation of the framework has focused on building out our foundation for this change that we are seeking. And it's included creating educational materials, experiential opportunities, as well as governance work to assemble the department committees and assisting them in the development of their action plans. During this time, we've also continued to build and deepen our relationships with elders and knowledge keepers and have checked in with community on our progress in February of 2022. Next slide, please. So, year 1 of the Indigenous framework, which again was adopted in February of 2021, has been quite a year. Societally, we have been experiencing, I would say, the collective trauma of the global pandemic, disconnection and distance. Given these challenges, we have found alternate ways of finding connection among city staff and with elders, knowledge keepers, and community. The virtual world has had to suffice until it's become recently safer to gather again. The elders, of course, continue to play a pivotal role with us, and we continue to meet with them. And I'll let Andy go into greater detail about our work with elders in the following slides. The Indigenous Framework Project Team is the backbone support for the implementation of the Indigenous Framework. Our project team consists of 1 project manager and a supervisor in Andy. Since the adoption of the framework, we have met with and convened 30 corporate committee meetings and supported several of the department committees. We have met almost weekly with these teams over the last year. Support provided to these teams includes developing facilitation plans, agendas, minutes, further refining action plans, advisement and coaching within meetings as well as outside of regularly scheduled meetings, and of course our own internal project team planning, setting yearly goals, planning an annual gathering with community engagement activities, elder engagement activities, and internal engagement and awareness activities. I would also like to acknowledge not only the Indigenous Relations staff, but also the other departmental staff who have given so much of their time and commitment to this work, including folks from communication and strategy and other areas that have been vital to us in developing this work. Over the last year, we have had 3 virtual community check-ins with over 30 community partners participating. An internal staff retreat was convened in March to discuss progress and challenges relating to the implementation of the framework, attended by over 50 City of Edmonton staff involved in these department committees. This was followed by an elders retreat in April of 2022, requested by the elders for them to further build relationships with us and one another, and to discuss our work not only with the Indigenous framework, but also in addressing murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit peoples. We will continue to be supporting more Indigenous events than ever before over the course of the last few months. And in June, Indigenous History Month, we've already developed a website and a listing of events. And so I encourage all members of City Council and administration to please check out that website. We'll be sharing the link with you. And please attend those community events. We're also preparing for a papal visit in July. Which I cannot overstate how important and how profound that is going to be for residential school survivors, their families, intergenerational survivors, and we will be doing what we can as the City of Edmonton to support Indigenous community members who are participating in those events and to demonstrate our commitment to support reconciliation and healing in our city. As you can see, the support required for this work is big. Very big. And it's always going to be big when we're beginning a journey of organizational and personal and professional change. And so with that said, over the last year, we have largely focused on education awareness, connection, and action. And as identified through our corporate retreat, department check-ins, and community engagement, there is considerable effort and resources required to provide the level of awareness and education in our organization along the change management spectrum of ADCAR, or awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. The Indigenous Framework implementation has been focusing efforts on developing a suite of educational materials, interactive toolkits, and working closely with Indigenous academics and elders and knowledge keepers. We share resources across the corporation, and we continue to build good relationships and understanding. We recognize that there's a good amount of work already underway within our corporation and within Indigenous communities, and we hope to continue to uplift those efforts and support them. The opportunities and challenges that we have faced, obviously opportunity has been the support that we have received from this City Council and our senior managers. We have noticed that there is a readiness and a passion amongst City administration and Council to continue on this path of reconciliation and to be open to the learning and the growth, personal growth that needs to happen. City priorities in alignment with the intention and spirit of the Indigenous framework. As Jennifer mentioned, there is a recognition of work that is already underway through community safety and well-being, the Indigenous housing strategy development, anti-racism strategy development, and of course, our ongoing work to develop an action plan and work related to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit peoples. Challenges include, of course, the size of our corporation and the complexity, I would say, of our organization, and I would say the complexity of Indigenous relations. As I mentioned earlier, Indigenous peoples work with 3 orders of government: industry, educational, justice, child welfare, you name it. There is so much going on and so much complexity. And so we have noticed also that through the pandemic, this has created that disconnection, and sometimes silos get developed. And so we need to also reflect on how we can reduce that and find efficiencies and be collaborative, while also respecting the capacity of our team to take on this work across the corporation and in the community. And with that, I will now turn it over to Andy to tell you a little bit more about our governance and the work we're doing with elders.
Thank you. So an important element of the Indigenous framework is that it reflects a two-eyed seeing approach. And this is a two-eyed seeing was identified by Mi'kmaq elder Albert Marshall, which refers to learning to see from one eye with the strengths of Indigenous knowledges and ways of knowing, and from the other eye with the strengths of Western knowledges and ways of knowing. And learning to use both these eyes together for the benefit of all. And really that is what the Indigenous framework aims to achieve through our understanding and respect of relationships. So the governance model of the Indigenous framework brings together the voices and experiences of communities and prioritizes the role of elders in our community, while inviting Western perspectives and processes to effectively implement the Indigenous framework within a Western institution. So as this model indicates, community is represented as the blue outer and containing circle, which reflects the ways that community holds the city accountable to these commitments and the role that the community played in the creation of the Indigenous framework. Over 40 Indigenous organizations and individuals have been engaged through the creation and implementation of the Indigenous framework. Community is also represented by the inner blue circle and reflects the connection elders have with the community. The 7 department teams and 1 art working group and 1 community of practice are represented by the yellow circles and are responsible for implementing their action plans in alignment with their roles and responsibilities within the city. The corporate team in gray is made up of 7 department leads representing the department teams, as well as 1 staff from Edmonton Arts Council and 1 staff member from Edmonton Public, who have both adopted this framework. This team is responsible for the oversight of departmental actions and acts as a communication link between the project team and department teams. In red, we have 2 corporate project sponsors whose role is to champion and support the work of the Indigenous framework and be the link to senior administration or ELT. These roles are currently filled by Catherine Owen, Deputy City Manager of Communications and Engagement, and Jennifer Flaman, Deputy City Manager of Community Services. Also represented by a red circle is the project team, whose role is to provide background support to all components of the Indigenous framework governance and leads the implementation, planning, and execution, including evaluation, internal communication, and change management direction. This small team is made up of 2.5 IRO staff, 1 social development communications advisor, 1 department strategy staff on loan, and 1 community engagement specialist on loan. And I say on loan, really, it's their areas are allowing them to work on this as much as they can, and we're very appreciative of that kind of support, as is very needed. The central green circle represents the framework elders and is reflective of the critical role that elders and knowledge keepers play in the ongoing evolution and implementation of this framework. The 11 elders and knowledge keepers that we are privileged to work with have been identified from community as respected and valued wisdom holders. A collective lift involving both the community and city is required to successfully implement the Indigenous framework, but our teams need a lot of support in learning, growing, and taking the right approaches to this work. It is a lifelong commitment. We are proud of the enthusiasm and support staff have demonstrated towards this transformative way of being. But we recognize that staff need the time, support, and appropriate resources to do this work in the right way. Next slide, please. Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers are foundational to the resurgence of Indigenous ways of being and doing. Respecting and honoring the importance of elders in our communities is paramount to the success of the City of Edmonton, acknowledging the truth and working towards reconciliation. This understanding has informed the co-creation of the Indigenous framework in partnership with Indigenous communities. Convening elders and community members in a culturally respectful way requires a lot of logistical support, even in the virtual world. As an example, at least one staff person is required to ensure elders are able to access the technology to join meetings virtually. Our staff are on constant call, and text with our elders to ensure things go smoothly. Protocol is given to elders in person. This means coordinating visits to homes and or other places to offer the protocol. Developing materials for meetings and reports prior to meetings is needed, as well as facilitation plans. As we transition to in-person meetings, ensuring facilities that have the appropriate accessibility is important, and ensuring elders can get to the meetings, which means sometimes picking them up, making sure that they have laptop technology accessible, anything that they need so that they can participate fully. Each meeting requires hours of preparation and support. Over the last year, we have convened the elders for 20 meetings and about 5 meet and greets with ELT. In between these meetings, there's continuous work of strengthening and nurturing these relationships with each elder as an individual as well as a group. This includes ensuring that protocol is respected and making sure that we are there to have time to sit, visit, have tea, and listen, as this is essential to being in relationship. We rely on this knowledge and support of the knowledge keepers and elders to provide the direction and teachings for ceremony, education, and awareness, reviewing materials, and toolkits. The Indigenous Framework and the Indigenous Relations Office is incredibly privileged and grateful for the opportunity to form these relationships and learn from this wisdom. Next slide, please. We want to emphasize that we understand that this work is not about checking boxes. As we indicated earlier, this is a lifelong journey, and one is such that it cannot be done by going through and making sure that we are checking off everything. Teachings at the Circle of Elders and Knowledge Keepers guiding this work continue to remind us always that the foundation of this work is relationships. The City of Edmonton has made the commitment to action, and through the power of relationships, we have been able to move forward on that commitment since the adoption of the framework. This slide refers to corporate-wide initiatives and does not include the many departmental specific actions that have been actioned so far. A few examples of some of this work is the toolkits, which have been co-created in collaboration with Dr. Lana Whiskey-Jacks and James Lamouche, as well as several different representatives throughout different departments and through the IRO. And we're working on ways in which that we can lend that kind of support to departments all across the city to have these kinds of conversations, and working in a peer-to-peer model for ensuring that these kinds of tough conversations can be had and this knowledge can be transmitted. Another example is working on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We have, for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in 2021, it was our first year of acknowledging that day as a statutory day, and we had a sacred fire ceremony. And our Elders and Knowledge Keepers met on September 13th and 17th to plan for a sacred fire in City Hall Plaza, which was led by Elders Jerry and Joanne Saddleback, which commemorated this day and acknowledged and honored the residential school survivors and those who never made it home, and those who are victimized and traumatized and can still live with the impacts of our residential school system. We have worked with several different departments, as indicated through the department action plans, and an interesting one that came out of community standards and neighborhoods that I would love to share with you is that in 2020, an update was made to hiring practices for peace officers and municipal enforcement officers, including updating the position description, job postings, interview guides, and panel diversity. In 2021, frontline supervisors and up took a one-day Indigenous-led trauma-informed leadership session, which was presented by the Native Counseling Services of Alberta. Evaluations indicated that participants rated the course as a 79 out of 100, and some of the 79 out of 100, and was quite a success for that department. The branch is currently in the process of hiring a policy analyst specialist. Actually, I believe they've already hired that person, who is applying an anti-racism lens and trauma-informed and reconciliation perspectives to all branch policy, procedure, standards, and guidelines, and is working to ensure the successful integration of the Indigenous framework, as well as anti-racism understanding and equity and inclusion frameworks. So a lot of different things are happening throughout the corporation, and this is really just a snippet of it. But we've seen the success of the Indigenous framework through the ongoing relationships that have been built through very diverse areas of the corporation with our community, and coming up with solutions to problems with community that originates with them. And that's been pretty amazing. I'll turn it back to Jamie now.
Thank you so much, Andy. You can also find more details on our year one update in our report, as well as the attachments. There's a lot going on, so please have a read, and of course we're always happy to answer questions today and any time that you do have questions and want to follow up with us. Looking forward to obviously 2022 and beyond, what we've come up with is 4 major themes around, again, connecting, learning, doing, and celebrating with community. The Indigenous framework is really about relationships, and the only way to build relationships and understand relationships and be in a relationship is to get out there and do things together with community. And so in terms of connecting, we continue to meet with the elders and knowledge keepers who have been involved with the Indigenous framework for, I would say, 3 or 4 years already. These are typically monthly or bi-monthly meetings based on activities that we're doing together and that they would like to do with us. We'll be circling back to the community in the fall of 2022 One of our commitments in the Indigenous framework is to have an annual gathering with community to not only report back, but also to celebrate, to also come together in that spirit of relationship and be together and spend time together. And so we'll be preparing for that. We're going to continue to support Indigenous-led community events in our city that support reconciliation efforts. I was so proud and so happy to see so many members of council and our senior administration taking part in Moosehide Campaign Day. We really appreciated that, and I was actually pretty blown away with how many people came out and supported that event. In June, there are several events going to be happening in the community. We're partnering up with a program area in the city called Root for Trees, and we've connected them with Indigenous elders and Creating Hope Society and a few other folks, Carrie Armstrong, who owns Mother Earth Essentials. And so we're going to have a wonderful day on June 4th, this Saturday, where we kick off Indigenous Peoples Month, Indigenous Peoples History Month, as well as Root for Trees, and celebrate that connection to the land in Blackmud Creek Park. We're also preparing to celebrate Okisagaw Way, or Angel Way, to bring awareness and support to that initiative. The Indigenous Peoples Festival, June 18th. Again, I could go on and on. There's a lot happening, and we'll be sharing it with you all. We're also going to be, of course, reviewing the feedback that we've received from our community engagement sessions, our internal corporate retreat. Again, continuing to help those department committees with their planning and taking on some of these actions and making those connections with them. We're also going to be taking a look at placing our artwork in City Hall. So we worked with 4 artists in the development of the Indigenous framework, and we have 4 beautiful pieces of art. Each one was created to speak to a specific role: listener, connector, partner, and advocate. And so we'll be doing a little bit of a work inside City Hall here to find a home for those pieces so that people, all Edmontonians, can come and read them and enjoy them. We're, of course, also going to be reviewing and evaluating the actions that we took over year 1 to see, again, what we did, what we maybe struggled with, and then how we can plan for year 2 as we go forward. And again, the biggest thing is coming together with community to celebrate our relationship. Next slide, please. And so with that, I just want to say thank you for your time. I know our presentation was a little long, but as I said, there's a lot going on. But thank you so much for being here today and listening to us. And the framework really represents the evolution of a longstanding relationship the City of Edmonton has with Indigenous peoples. Implementing this framework will take a united effort amongst all of our departments, and I say thank you, and I am so appreciative of each department leadership team and all the department staff who have graciously given their time to this effort. It's our responsibility and our privilege as city staff to fulfill these 4 roles and 7 commitments. And this is going to be a career-long journey for all of us as we continually learn and grow. And thank you. Next slide, and we're finished.
Well, thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. Appreciate that. I'm just looking for our list, so I'm sure there's some questions for you. There we go. It's coming. Councillor Jans, you're first up.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to recognize this tremendous amount of work present in the reports, and the I think there's so much of it that speaks not just to our minds but our hearts, and that's really important. And I just think of how many future employees in Edmonton will benefit from this work, and it will guide them in their own understandings, in their own neighborhoods, in their own communities, in their own thought as treaty people, and that is really exciting. And pardon my, I guess, ignorance here as a new councillor, but so this work was created as, and maybe I'll share this and correct me if I'm wrong here. This work was created, and it's trying to answer the question: how does the City of Edmonton best support and build strong relationships with Indigenous people in Edmonton? And it's not just an intra-strategy of Indigenous, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit folks within the city of Edmonton, corporate, but it's the entire community. Am I correct there?
That's correct, Councillor Jans. This Indigenous framework is perhaps a little bit different from other frameworks that we might have as a city, which sort of only speak kind of internally to city staff in terms of how we do things or what we're doing. It also speaks externally as well. So it covers everything from, again, education and awareness for city staff and fighting racism and those type of things, to also supporting Indigenous communities in doing the projects and programs that they want to lead as well. So it really covers, it's very inclusive.
I was thinking a bit about how do we know we're getting there, and thinking a bit about the measurements or the metrics or the evaluations. Like we used to talk about in my old life at the school board, the number of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who are reading at grade level in grade 3, or graduating high school, or we can look at rates of incarceration, relationships with the police, emergency room visits, more of those sort of negative downstream outcomes. We can also look at graduation rates and all sorts of other wonderful outcomes too. Just how do we know what we know? And I saw some really incredible things in the presentation, but I think what I was looking for was more of I pictured like a recruitment poster. Move to Edmonton, and here's why, and what would be, and how would we know? And so I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit around the evaluation and methodologies and going forward.
Thank you for that question. Evaluation, as I think we all know, is such an integral part of understanding, right? Of course, the effectiveness of anything that we're doing. And so it's actually been a really exciting opportunity that I think that this Indigenous framework presents. And we see the power of how transformative the process, I would say, of, say, indigenization and bringing in Indigenous understandings can be throughout the corporation. And so with that, we're actually working with our branch in social development specifically as a starting place to understand how we can include Indigenous methodologies of evaluation into not just Indigenous relations, but into the entire branch of everything that we do. And so we're working with evaluative specialists there to do that, to understand how that works, and how does the Indigenous framework either support that work or kind of lead that there. And so an important, the core component of Indigenous evaluation methodologies is, of course, creating those standards and those metrics of understanding and gathering those processes of that data gathering is from community, right? And so making sure that it's a very localized, contextual, evaluative process. And so it's an interesting one, as you point out, it's not specifically an internal framework, and it's not specifically an external framework. And so it's going to be quite an interesting process to merge really those two understandings of evaluation, right? And so we have to, meet, of course, the standards and the ways in which, the city as a corporation works and needs to evaluate its things, but also how the city, how the community wants to be involved in that process and what success looks like on our community's terms, right? And so that's in the process of being worked out, and we're doing evaluative scans, we have a practicum student who is doing a lot of that work right now, and we're working that out and using the 4 roles as actual indicators of what the work is being done at this kind of forefront end.
Yeah, and it sounds like definitely I think I'm hearing a strengths based, not a deficit based. Yes. Trying to make sure that we're celebrating all of the new Indigenous businesses started, whatever metric we choose, that will be certainly telling that positive story, and I think that's really important there too. I know we have there's many initiatives happening, and I'm way over time. I'm so sorry. Thank you for not calling me on that.
All good. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for this presentation. I felt really proud listening to it, actually, just in terms of the depth and the breadth of, what this work has been doing, and for, with such limited team capacity. So I just want to really appreciate that. And I guess I want to start with a question on that capacity. We recently just approved that the funding through the community safety and well-being for this work. I know this is really fresh, but have you given some thought in terms of, are you going to, in terms of those 7 commitments, yes, and where do you see leveraging that resource to make the biggest stride?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Tang. First of all, thank you to City Council for acknowledging us and giving us that support that we need to, I think, really make an impact with this work. Just to continue kind of the thread that Andy was on with Councillor Jans, I think I want to hire somebody that has some experience with evaluation and looking at Indigenous methodologies of evaluation. That's a bit like finding a unicorn. I'm not gonna lie. It's a fascinating area, and it's really an area where those two worlds kind of collide. And so I'm really looking forward to finding somebody that can help us take that journey. There's some really interesting work coming out of, for example, the City of Toronto, where they've developed a data for equity strategy and things like that. So I'm really actually excited to look at opportunities for things like that with the City of Edmonton. I think, we have to sit down, Andy and I, and come up with a hiring strategy. Obviously, we want to provide the most support to our office. We want to ensure that the Indigenous framework is appropriately supported. We have a breadth of relationships externally as well. So not only do we work with urban Indigenous not-for-profits, agencies, organizations, grassroots people, we also work with institutional partners like the post-secondaries and the educational institutions. And of course, we have intergovernmental work as well that we do with other orders of government, including First Nations governments and Métis governments. So there's definitely a breadth of work, and I'm looking forward to hiring people who can help us in those specific areas as well.
If I could, Councillor, I just want to make it clear that we don't have anywhere near the resources required to implement the framework over the time. So we are going to be coming repeatedly to Council from time to time, especially in the fall budget, asking for more resources. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the work is done when people have time. I think we have a very small number of staff who are actually focused, and this is their job to do all the time. So we'll be coming back quite often for more resources to Council. I just want to make that super clear now, because it's a totally different consideration of how we're going to do this than we ever have done before. It's completely new, and we're going to require a lot of resources to do it. And I also wanted to comment on the intersectionality between the anti-racism strategy and truth and reconciliation work that we're doing, especially when we think about terms of measuring things and evaluating progress. That intersectionality is so important. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I guess I'll keep an eye out for those consistent asks. And I'll also just flag Halifax, Mi'kmaq territory with some of the work I've done there before. Would love to share some resource in terms of some of the evaluation work out of the communities there. I had sort of a similar question around keeping track of success, and given that some of these actions will be very difficult to quantify. I think I was definitely looking for more of those qualitative storytelling formats, and there were some quotes, embedded throughout the report. I guess, and I'm sure you were thinking about that as well. And I guess just for those, if you're not familiar with Indigenous methodology, can you just elaborate on that in terms of those oral traditions and others?
For sure, that's a great question. And actually, that's part of the evaluative processes that we're exploring right now. And so some members of that team have begun looking at collecting stories of impact and transmitting that throughout the departments. And so, oral history and oral storytelling in Indigenous communities is essentially how it's the pedagogy, right? Using ceremony and oral histories as a way in which we understand our roles and responsibilities in the world. And so, how can we reflect that importance of transmitting in those ways, in a corporation, is, I think, an interesting challenge. But I think it's definitely one that we can do. And one of that is these stories of impact. And so we're looking for, one of them is, I guess, an example of that. And we can see really the direct kind of change that could have is a relationship with, I believe it's city operations and iHuman that originated from the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation last year. And so with the creation of the orange sidewalk, the crosswalk that was painted, they've been maintaining that relationship, growing that relationship, and we've actually seen specialized, like one of the first Indigenous specific job postings that came out of that, specifically that was created in partnership with iHuman and iHuman Youth to have jobs in city ops in their signage department to kind of create those signs, right? And so that's a pretty big, I think, story of success and story of impact that started with a relationship and with an opportunity. And that's a really exciting way to see how these roles can be taken and empowered in through different departments, because we're not asking everyone to be, a specialist in Indigenous relations. We're not asking everyone to be, something that they're not and go outside of their bounds of, their role and responsibility as their job. But there's so many different opportunities that are there, and you just have to look for those relationships that are going to bring that out. And I think that's an amazing story of that. And there's so many more out there. We just have to go collect them. So it's been cool to see.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much for the presentation and also for all the work that that you have been doing and your staff, other staff members have been doing. I absolutely knew additional resources will help you do that work more in a better way. I just want to start with the hiring practices within the city, and how are we looking at reforming some of those practices to encourage more Indigenous Edmontonians to apply for positions. So that's one question, because that goes, when we talk about diversity and inclusion, our community and our workforce should be reflective of that diversity as well when people access those services, right? So maybe I'll start with that question.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, for that question. In terms of employee services, that's an area that I believe they're working on. There has been a change in staff in that area, specific for the Indigenous portfolio, and so I'm not able to answer specifically what kind of requirements or what types of changes have happened from there, other than there has been, I think, some interesting developments in terms of an Indigenous Indigenous internship program that's there, and quite a bit of success, I think, through that. It's been really interesting to see that, even in my short time here, just having the opportunity for Indigenous students to be all over the city in different capacities, and seeing that, as well as there is an Indigenous specific, I would say, website that's kind of trying to recruit, and the Indigenous framework is included as that because, I think, as an Indigenous person, coming into the city, it's definitely something that you want to see, right? Is that, the corporation that you're working, you want to work for has at least beginning that understanding of our Indigenous journey and how the city can play a role in that. So it's been interesting to see that. But
And it's like the hiring practice is just the way society and systems work, that people are excluded from participation. So this is not a reflection on any individual. This is more of structures that we need to change, right? So and look forward to seeing how that is being monitored within the organization. On the external engagement, I know this work has been informed by the community, and that engagement will continue with the community as work proceeds, right? Okay, that's good to know. And this is a collective work. This is not just your responsibility or Andre's responsibility. This is everyone's responsibility. That includes us on this side. So what more can we do other than budget discussions? Those will come at a time when we discuss that, right? What other additional roles that you think we can play in order to advance this work?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. From my perspective, I actually think the most valuable commodity is time and presence. And so I think all of us know that relationships require time and presence and showing up and being there. And I think what I've heard, pretty consistently from community is that they know that this city council is so supportive and committed to reconciliation, and they want to see you. So, and I know how incredibly busy you are, and everybody is. Like we all are. But I think that gift of time and that gift of presence is invaluable to the relationship.
So being out there with the community, okay, that's good. I think we all try, but I think we need to be deliberate about it too, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I would just add to that, Your Worship, that I think we've talked about before how sort of council procedures are not the best sort of guide for these kind of conversations. So I think while we have some important decisions that are made at council, like the signature of an MOU, for example, it was an important decision, but even that doesn't allow for the kind of real relationship-based discussion. So I would say focus less within council chambers and committee chambers for these kind of discussions. We have to do them from time to time, that's fine. But the real relationship piece with our governors in particular, I think is going to be outside these rooms in community.
Yeah, good. Then once again, thank you for all the work you're doing. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Oh, thank you very much. My question sort of flips it back the other way. I think we're all grateful for the guidance of our elders and knowledge keepers, but I keep hearing the same names come up, and I'm sure they appreciate the opportunity to finally be able to share that knowledge and be heard by the community. But are we running the risk of burnout of their time and energies? Do we have a broader pool of people to draw on, I guess?
Thanks, Councillor Wright. That is a very good question. I've heard our elders remark that in their retirement years, they actually get busier than they were when they were working. So it's a very good point. The elders that we work with, that we're really privileged to work with other community organizations, Indigenous community organizations, governments. And so we try to be respectful of their time. And I would say that, we have a reach into the community and a breadth of relationships that I'm still meeting new elders that I haven't been connected to before. And so I think, as we continue this work and deepen those relationships, I don't want to set up a situation where we only go to one elder or two elders for everything that we're doing as a city, because I do believe that will lead to burnout. And so I think one of the things I often say in our office is that context should drive your consultation. I learned that from one of my mentors. And so I think being, as we work with department teams, being really specific about what is the project you're doing, what is the program you're doing, and who do you think you need to talk to and why, and what can they offer, and what can you offer them. And so I think having the IRO as sort of there to kind of help those project teams and department teams figure that out first.
Okay, that's good. I just was concerned about their time and energies. We don't want to run them ragged. So okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much. Just wanted to echo my thanks for all of the great work that you're doing. And yeah, really, Mayor Sohi asked a question I was interested in, and I appreciate the answer that what we can offer is time and presence. And just wondering if we could delve into that a bit further in terms of being really intentional with how we spend that time. So I appreciate, that information will come out in terms of some of the events we can attend. Are there other sort of more formal intergovernmental type meetings that we can support with?
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Yes, short answer. We continue to have MOU relationships with Enoch Cree Nation, the Métis Nation of Alberta, and the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations. And so there will be ample opportunity to continue to engage with those partners. We have a stewardship table with Enoch Cree Nation. We've also, as we mentioned earlier, re-signed an MOU with the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations, and we've committed to developing a joint work plan with Confederacy on those things. So I'm hoping to see, some sort of an MOU table or committee kind of roll out of that. The same thing, with the Métis Nation of Alberta as well. We have a good relationship with them, and we work on Métis Week with them, and I'm sure there's other projects that we can identify and work together on. I think it's just a matter of, finding that time and again, ensuring we build that time in through either like quarterly, like committing to quarterly meetings or something of that nature.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a huge willingness on my and I'm sure my colleagues' part as well to be part of that and to make those commitments. And I think we can schedule anything as long as it's far enough in advance. But of course, always happy to prioritize this too when needed. There was a bullet point in the report summary that said there are a number of critical touch points needed to sustain the implementation of the strategy post 2022. And as I read through the report, I'm not sure that those really critical touch points came through to me in terms of like what is really essentially needed to sustain this work. And on Mr. Corbould, I know you mentioned additional funding packages coming forward in the fall. Just wondering if that is it, or if there are other things that need to be on our radar.
Well, I'll start, and then I'll see if the others want to contribute more. But so clarifying the resource issue is really important. It's one of the reasons that Ms. Miller was asked to join the city manager's office, so we can do that centrally in the same fashion that we're doing it with anti-racism work. But we need to figure out what the resource piece is. I think a second piece that was really important to me was making sure we have an action plan for the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, because while we have, I would say for a while now, the City of Edmonton has committed to that, we have not developed our detailed action plan. So I really want to sort of, for lack of a better term, municipalize or all 94 calls to action in a way that we can really move forward and in a genuine way. And then the other one is following up on Council's decision on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and the action that's required there as well. So for me, it's those three things that are critical touch points for this year. It's clarifying the resources, it's putting the TRC action plan together, and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls action, and implementing that work are three of my key touch points, and the ones that I quite often talk to the team about. There are others, so feel free to add.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson. I don't think I have much further to add to what Mr. Corbould said. I think there is certainly a lot of opportunities to be involved in different projects and programs and community initiatives. But I do think we do have to do some prioritization. And so I would agree with Mr. Corbould's assessment that we do need to identify some specific actions related to the TRC calls to action and the MMIWG 2S Plus work as well that we can take on as a municipality and actually make a real impact on. So I do think we need to focus on, where we can have the most impact. And I also believe that, again, the work with our MOU partners can also be very impactful because Treaty 6 First Nations, Métis Nation of Alberta, Enoch Cree Nation, other First Nations can bring the federal government and the provincial government to the table on certain projects, like, for example, housing and others. So.
Great. I'll come back for another round, but thank you so much for those.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie, it's not lost on me that you're doing basically decolonization work within the strictures of a colonial institution. So there's got to be some places where it rubs up, and the conversation about elders is a clear indication of that. So for those who don't know, elders doesn't just mean old people. These are folks who have dedicated themselves to spiritual and intellectual and emotional and physical knowledge. And they spend many years in the process. In fact, you start as an escapios or a helper, and you dedicate multiple years of service in that role first as you slowly transition into an elder. And as an elder, you don't proclaim yourself an elder, you are recognized by the community that way. And so with that breadth and depth of knowledge, I mean, I remember hanging out with Jerry sometimes, and he would get phone calls like literally every 5 minutes about someone asking him about some detail of knowledge, and he had an encyclopedic knowledge, and especially about healing and about combinations of herbs and plants or remedies and things like that, and he was indispensable to the community. So with that in mind, you know, you talked about getting someone who can sort of bridge both concepts, and that is very difficult to find someone. That would be the reason why it's such specialized and fascinating knowledge. I know a few people, as you do, who could do that work, but they're already employed. So all of that is sort of preamble to ask the question, you know, this idea of burnout of elders and this sort of like shallow pool of true elders, just simply because of colonization, because of the impacts of residential school, and so on and so forth. We talk a lot about lately about remuneration for people who serve on committees, but do we value elders' time and their knowledge and their contribution the same way we would someone if we were contracting them or consulting them who had PhDs or specialized knowledge?
Thank you for that, and thank you for giving the overview of the importance of elders and how essentially someone would be in that role and that with those responsibilities. And I just want to say I echo that and the concern of burnout, and in terms of the remuneration, I'm not sure how we can ever really quantify and put a value. Money value.
I agree, but do we even have it on par with what we would pay consultants, for example?
I honestly, I'm not sure. We have, we don't really go by a specific guide necessarily. But in terms of, I think when we're looking at what a consultant gets paid and when an elder gets paid, I would say no. I would say no, that's not on par. But that's part of, I think, the work that we have to do here is part of that indigenization process is making sure the organization or the corporation understands the value that elders bring and the work of, you know, resurgence and reclamation that can be done in there. And I know I shared that with our or my concern with our elders at our last elders retreat because of the insane, I think, responsibility that we all feel in supporting our elders and supporting that wisdom that they carry and the fear that it's not going to be enough before they leave us. And what do we do in that? And so, you know, our younger generations here, how do we make sure as a city that we are bringing we are bringing people together so that that reclamation of knowledge and that resurgence of our ways doesn't go by the wayside. And so as a corporation, we need to be able to respect that and honor that in the same ways that we do you're right, anyone with a PhD, anyone who's educated in a Western system, our ways are just as valuable, and we need to be able to reflect that. So.
Yeah, because we're facing a situation where tens of thousands of years of deep and expansive cultural knowledge and wisdom is disappearing before our eyes because we're not nurturing it and we're not preserving it. So, food for thought. I'll probably come around for a second round.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang?
I feel like my line of questioning is not going to follow that, but thank you for, this is life's work, and, your passion and commitment is shows, and, yeah, thank you for sharing that really honest and frank perspective. This might be a little bit in the weeds about some of the stuff that it just sort of piqued my interest. I'm really glad that this corporation we're leading the work on this, and I think I asked this last week, in our discussion about the funding and how do we align this work with other city institutions that may not necessarily be under the same umbrella. I know the police service have their commitment to action, for example, where, I know that there's progress being made there, absolutely. I see EPL have the Elders in Residence program, and there's a lot of work done there. And can you just, maybe share with us that, are those coordinated, and, how do we not only achieve the impact that you've outlined in this strategy and the work within the city of Edmonton, but that there is this coordinated effort for maximum impact?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Tang. Actually, I'm really pleased that we do have partner organizations that sit on our corporate committee. So we do have EPL there, we do have the Edmonton Arts Council there, the Edmonton Heritage Council, and I'm not sure if we have Fort Edmonton Park sitting there yet, but we do talk to them quite a lot about the Indigenous framework. So, yeah, I'm very happy and very pleased that we have a corporate-wide committee, our arm's length partner organizations who are all really passionate about this and are trying to find ways that they can take part and implement.
That's great. That's great to hear. And for those department action teams you have mentioned, I know there's a lot of work to do there, of course, but they get regular sessions coming together, and I think you mentioned there's a community practice, and are you seeing sort of that turnout for that is getting bigger and bigger each time? Are people coming less to you for that relationship because they're forming their own relationship? Are you kind of tangibly seeing that change? Somewhat.
I would say we are. It's a learning process, right? Especially if city staff haven't worked in Indigenous communities or haven't, entered into those environments with elders or Indigenous youth before. And so I'm really pleased to see that there definitely is an interest and a passion, and then it's taking that next step to translate into taking those steps, right? I don't mind at all, and I love it when city staff come and talk to us because we are a bit of a resource, we are a resource internally to them to help them do a bit of that wayfinding as they go about their projects. The projects that I love the most, and the one that Andy mentioned, was the Every Child Matters crosswalk that City Operations did with iHuman. We helped make the introductions and kind of get them going, and then they just took it and ran with it. Yeah. And we were there to help if they needed it, but really they did it.
Yeah. And I just want to say personally how much I personally valued IRO as a resource, even when I was a city employee. So thank you for all the work.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Thank you. Councillor Paquette's questions compelled me to sign up again to ask for a second round, because I really want to follow up on that. What can we do that Indigenous knowledge that has been accumulated over centuries is not lost? I think that's a very important thing that we need to figure out before elders start, before we start losing them, as you described.
Thank you for that follow-up. I think that's a hard question to answer sometimes when we're looking at it from the lens of a Western corporation and the role within that. But part of it, I think, is I think we can backtrack to your question earlier about what kind of role can City Council play and what kind of ways can you show up. And I think part of that is participation in ceremony and being on the land and doing that and going out there, because our ways of being is transmitted through ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
And so in order for you to, and this isn't necessarily about the next generation coming up, but in terms of for folks to really understand and to really get an in-depth appreciation of our ways of being and knowing participation firsthand in that and understanding the connections there, the Wakotuin of our ways, right, on the land. I think that's really vital. But in terms of helping with that transmission of knowledge, one is providing the space for that is a big one. And so what kind of spaces exist in the city where culture is celebrated, where culture is accessible to everyone, and where youth can participate, and where our elders can be in that same space. And
so does this framework enable you, city administration, to create that space and that,
I think it can provide the opportunity, because as the framework is really, it's about the way of being, right? And so if we're looking at it from that lens, what kind of opportunities can we be created through those relationships with our community partners and things like that? So that goes anywhere from funding, right? So that's a huge component of it. So our FCSS funding, what role can they play in terms of providing community spaces, right? Funding for community organizations and things like that, whose mission is to do that cultural transmission, right? So that's an opportunity. If there's other things like that.
Yeah, I'm just going to add, Your Worship, because it's really important. So, I just want to emphasize the importance of language, culture, and arts in this. That is what I think we're speaking about. And while the framework enables us to do this, I think it gets back to the TRC action plan that's really going to enable us as a city to push these, because many of the TRC calls to action are related to culture and language, and we can take a role in preserving that. And I think I've mentioned this to Ms. Miller a few times. Why can't we teach our elevators in City Hall to say what they say, which is first, second, third floor in Cree? Because if we did that in a month's time, everyone who worked at City Hall would understand how to count to three in Cree. And I know it's just one tiny little example, but the TRC action plan is what's really going to make this real, I think, in terms of our municipal action, because really focusing on those calls to action. And I think those will be the toughest calls to action to translate into municipal level work. But we're up for the challenge, and I think that's where we'll find those answers.
And will you kind of put that in your work plan in a way? Okay, how are you?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it.
Like, for example, I think learning to speak Cree should be a professional development opportunity we give our employees. We don't do that today, but it should be. We send them on other courses, we send them on other developmental assessments, but why can't I send Ms. Miller on a Cree language course? We should, and those are the kind of specific examples I would come to mind.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks. Yeah, just wanted to pick up on a few very specific things. So really excited to hear about the annual gathering. I just want to confirm that there is funding in place to support that happening this year in advance of the 4-year budget cycle, or is that additional funding that may be required?
Yes, Councillor Stevenson, we'll be able to fund that this year.
Okay, that's great. Also, really pleased to know that the land acknowledgement guide and toolkit has been developed. Is that something that we're also able to share more broadly in the community? So it's sort of a citywide resource?
Yeah, we have, Counselor. I believe it's on our website, but I often share it with colleagues in different organizations. I think we use it to lead by example. Many times we have, for example, I met with the tech industry recently. And the first time we met with them at a round table, we did the land acknowledgement, and then we asked the convener to do the land acknowledgement for us at the next meeting. And it was the first time he had ever done it. So, you know, absolutely, we share it widely with anybody who wants it.
Perfect. Perfect. That's great to know. And then just wondering if you can update us on just sort of any plans for the Indigenous History Month coming up this week, and any plans for National Indigenous Peoples Day coming up as well.
No problem, Councillor Stevenson. We'll be sending out those details to Council. We have a website, edmonton.ca/Indigenous History Month, but we can also send it in a memo as well.
Okay, no, that's perfect. That's great to know those resources are there, and just you know, looking for opportunities to amplify that work that's happening. Great. Yeah, thank you again so much. Really look forward to a robust service package coming forward in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, in the spirit of reconciliation, I'll say thank you, Tim. So, which brings me to this, Jamie. It's over 60 Indigenous languages in Canada. The federal government has allocated billions of dollars to preservation and work on English and French, and far less, orders of magnitude less, to preserving and working on those other 60 languages. So that's one indication as to what Mr. Corbould was talking about. And again, I'm doing a preamble here because I think it's necessary to have some base knowledge a little bit before some of these questions are asked. The interesting thing about Indigenous languages is that they are literally Indigenous. They have sprung from human beings' experience and relationship to the land. The words that are used, the cadence, the sound, echo the land. So when you hear Cree spoken, you can hear the wind through the grass. You can hear the brook. You can hear the stone. It's in the sound, and it's in the meaning. These are really important and integral, and it's a way of connecting everyone to the land on which they stand and depend on. So with that in mind, I'm just wondering, you know, there's a word called Wakotowin, and it means kinship, but it also talks about something interesting. You know, in English we have, and in English law we have rights. And that's how we proceed. I have rights, you have rights. Good, let's all have rights together. But Wakotowin implies that we have obligations, and that's how society functions. We all have obligations together to one another, to the land. And so when we're talking about this issue, I hear, and I myself say thank you a lot to you for all of your work, and then ask you, what do we do next? But is not this work, and is not reconciliation, and is not the spirit of Wakotowin pointing us toward the fact that we have a personal role to play, and that requires personal work? I mean, I'm not saying everyone needs to commit to Sundance for 4 years, but thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I would agree with you that this journey of reconciliation, or this you know, moment that we're in of listening to Indigenous peoples tell their truth and tell their story, and this moment we're in of trying to utilize this Indigenous framework to guide us and spark this organizational change is also, I think, requires a commitment to personal change as well and personal growth. And I think we're all leaders, right, in our work and in what we do. And I think we need to see ourselves that way, and we need to empower ourselves to be leaders. And part of being a leader is doing some self-reflection and doing some learning and thinking about what you can do and what you need to work on. And so, you know, I've often heard people say, you know, the older I get, the less I feel I know, right? And I certainly feel that way. When I think about, you know, our Wahkotowan and our relationships and the responsibilities that we have to all of those relationships, I'm in a lot of ways still a baby, just learning about all of those things and this web that I'm a part of, and how what I do does impact people. And I think sometimes in a big organization, in a big bureaucracy, sometimes you forget that everything you do every day does impact people, and it does make a difference, and we all make a difference. And so if we can all, you know, whatever department you're in or whatever level of this organization you're in, if you can just take a little bit of time to do some of that self-reflection and think of what you can do, and I hope that all of us as leaders and managers and directors, you know, can support our staff to take that time and take that moment to do a little bit of learning about those relationships, and not to guilt people or anything like that. It's about learning the truth and then being empowered to make a difference today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Aaron? I don't think we have any other questions. I was going to go to Councillor Tang to move the motion. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I was going to move this report to receive for information, but I actually did have one last question.
Oh.
Where are things at with the stewardship circle with the MOU? The Enoch MOU.
That's a really good question, Councillor Tang. We actually have a stewardship roundtable meeting coming up later in June, I believe. There are some changes happening within Enoch Cree Nation. There is an election happening on June 17th, so our friends in Enoch are getting ready for that. There will be some changes coming to the leadership in Enoch Cree Nation, as you may know. Our good friend, Chief Morin, I think has decided not to seek re-election, and so sorry to drop the bomb. Didn't really mean to drop the bomb like that here, but so I think as MOU partners, we just need to support Enoch during this time, and you know, look forward to celebrating his work and the work of his council and everything that they have done, the tremendous amount of leadership that they have played in spearheading this MOU with their neighbor municipality. Really groundbreaking.
Thank you for that. I didn't mean to raise the question to find out what's happening, but I meant more that we as a council really need to also make some decisions on our end too, and keep things moving. But anyways, I'm very pleased to receive this report for information. Unless Councillor Paquette has something else. I see he's on the board again.
I think speaking to it. Hey, Councillor Paquette? You're on mute, Councillor Paquette.
Sorry, I was being too polite. I often think about how broader society holds in their mind multiple definitions of what it means to be Indigenous. They'll see someone like Chief Morin, and they'll be like, wow, look at that, making changes, valued partner. They'll see someone on the street and be like, why can't those folks just get their lives together? You know, they'll see sports stars or whatever and be like, hey, they're a great example. You know, on and on and on. There's multiple ways that people hold the image of Indigenous people in their mind in ways that they don't do to any other people. You know, I'm very cognizant of the fact that I'm in this seat not because I'm Indigenous, but despite the fact that I'm Indigenous. And so I wonder if there's ways to bring in so many other partners and start to really take a look at this in a serious manner. You know, I know that there's an exercise going on, for example, with K-Days. You know, it's turned into this sort of like corporate, meaningless sort of like, you know, as far as identity goes and what the identity of that festival is. Why isn't it not centered on our history? Why are we not turning it into one of the most major celebrations in North America of Indigenous and settler history, for an example? Why, when people come into Edmonton, do they not see the languages of the place welcoming them? Why do we not see reflections all over the city of our deep and vast history that goes back tens of thousands of years? Not only are we missing out on connecting as family, as humanity, as person to person, but on a practical level, we're really missing out on a story. That's all we are. All we are is the stories we tell about each other, about our history, and about ourselves. We can write a new story. And it can be anything we want it to be. We can invite a better future. And this is one of the ways that we do it. There's so much to say about this and so little time. And time is constantly nipping at our heels as we observe this loss. I think we can turn the channel. I think we can turn the page. And I think we can turn our hearts toward this very important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette? Anyone else? Councillor Tang?
I wanted to read, but I don't want to take anything away from what Councillor Paquette had said. I just reinforced that. So that's why I'm going to leave it with his words.
If I may, nothing you say would take away, but only add.
My wrong choice of words, probably, right? So again, I reiterate everything that Councillor Paquette has said.
Thank you, Aaron, for that and for all, and you know, for everything. I think it was interesting you mentioned Chief Morin, by the way. I've heard him speak on a few occasions about Edmonton not only, you know, isn't just about speaking reconciliation, but really embodies it. And I think about this work, and even when I first joined the city as an employee, you know, 5 years ago, and how much the conversation has really been amplified over the last few years. So all I want to, you know, to end on is, you know, I think we're making progress. I think there's a lot more progress to make, but I am really excited too. I was really happy with this report, and I'm excited to see what comes next year and the year after and the year after. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on receipt of information.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. We have one more item on our agenda. We're really close to the break, so I'm going to suggest we stop here, reconvene at 3:40 for item 6.5. We're in recess. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are live from City Hall River Valley Room.
Good afternoon. We'll now get started again. And I will just do a very quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We have quorum, but just barely. Councillor Tang and Mayor Sohi are still not with us yet, so hopefully they arrive shortly, at least one of them. We will now go to city administration. We're on item 6.5, and I believe there's a presentation. So over to you, Mr. Jevney. Pardon me, Ms. Flaman.
We're twins. It's all good. Are we, though? No. So with the presentation on slide 1, we are here today to inform Council about current and future opportunities to offer increased after-school programming to youth at City of Edmonton Recreation Centre starting in September 2022. This initiative includes hopes to expand current and create new partnerships to offer a variety of recreational opportunities for youth after school. Joining me is my twin, Roger Jeffney, Branch Manager of Community Recreation and Culture, and Brad Badger, Director of Programs and Events. The City of Edmonton's recreation centres play a critical role in achieving the strategic goal of a healthy city cited within Connect Edmonton and the city's plan's focus of providing healthy and active living to all Edmontonians through many opportunities that contribute to personal and community wellness. After-school programming can provide valuable opportunities and experiences to young people during a critical time of the day. I will turn it over to Mr. Bradger, my other brother, for the remainder of the presentation. I am teasing.
Thank you. Members of committee. Currently, there are many different activities that take place at city recreation centers, including the after-school time period. They can, though, be generally summarized into 4 main categories: admission and membership activities and opportunities. This includes drop-in access to amenities like gymnasiums, fitness centers, and pools, as well as staff-led drop-in programs like group fitness and fitness center orientation. Second category is user group space rentals. These are activities and programs taking place by third-party user groups who rent the time and space through the yearly and seasonal allocation process. These activities and major amenities like gymnasiums, arenas, program and its applicable fee discounts do apply. The fourth category is partner-based use-specific programming. Currently, we have 5 programs, primarily in the after-school time period, that either started just prior to the pandemic or this past September. These are with not-for-profit organizations and include physical activity components, but are more holistic in programming nature and intent, with a youth focus on overall health, social emotional development, as well as academics. The 5 current partner programs are the C5 Northeast Community Hub and the Africa Center, both at the Clairview Community Recreation Center, Free Play for Kids at the East Glen Leisure Center, the Millwoods Recreation Center, and a youth programming organization called Riverbend Rocks in the Terwillegar Community Recreation Center. With the organizations as far as youth programming purpose and intent, trying to meet particular needs and demographics with no cost drop-in programming. In these examples, time and space is set aside in the facility amenity by the city outside of the facility allocation process, and the application of regular hourly rental fees for this space has either been reduced or eliminated. It is important to mention that the major amenities and facilities during this weekday after school time period are in high demand, particularly as it gets closer to 5 p.m. when they are for the most part fully utilized. In order for us to shift and offer more of any category, in this particular initiative we're speaking about more partner-based youth programming. It will involve some small shifts and reductions in other categories. A reduction in the time and space for rental user groups and drop-in membership space will be necessary to increase opportunities for these youth programs. We will try our best to lessen this impact with better utilization of space at other times of the week and day for user groups and membership activities. Next slide, please. Building off of our current partner program learnings and successes and a desire to increase youth after-school opportunities, we have examined numerous reports, reviews, and policies through scans on quality after-school programming. Summarizing some of the key findings for youth after-school programming includes ensuring recreation accessibility based on need rather than the ability to pay, meeting the needs of youth from all socioeconomic and diverse ethnic backgrounds is imperative, marginalized youth are at a higher risk of developing mental health challenges, gender inequity exists in youth recreation engagement, and the need to reduce access barriers to participation. which could include transportation, cost, time, location, physical accessibility, and registration options. This detail and our current program experiences has helped shape our desired program opportunities for this initiative, and the programming outcomes and goals will include applying and factoring all of these key findings. Next slide, please. This initiative will expand both drop-in and registered program opportunities provided by the city as well as by not-for-profit partners in the following 3 categories. First one, new and expanded no-cost leader-led physical activity and social programming. Starting in September 22, the plan is to offer new and expanded programming in recreation centers both in locations that currently have partners delivering after-school programs as well as new locations with new partners. Administration will set aside additional 3 to 5:30 p.m. space in major amenities and recreation centers across the city for partners. These partners would be responsible for developing and delivering the program content within these spaces. Second category is the launch of a new after-school time-specific City of Edmonton Rec Center membership for youth ages 8 to 17. Set to launch in 2022 for the school year, the youth-specific pass and single admission option will include the following access parameters. Facility access from 1 to 5:30 Monday to Friday during the school year, access beyond 5:30 up to facility closing with a wristband received from their check-in prior to 5:30, and daytime access during the 3 major school boards' professional development PD days and any improved inclusive holidays by the 3 major school boards. The new pass and single admission fees are still to be fully determined, but will likely be in the 75% discount range of current monthly youth membership. So approximately $16 a month for youth, and a youth single admission option between $2 and $3 per visit. Our desire is this new membership and admission product complements our current discounted summer youth pass, which began in 2019 and has proved to be very popular, and thus offering youth a 12-month discounted pass option with significant discount. The third part is enhanced and targeted promotion to the youth sector for all opportunities in City of Edmonton recreation and leisure centers, particularly within the after-school timeframe. Building off some recent successes with our school board partners of targeting schools on or very near recreation center sites, more enhanced promotional information will be sent to targeted schools and organizations about all after-school opportunities in rec centers, including all programs and admission membership opportunities, including all available discounts, including LAP. Next slide, please. Implementation of this new initiative will involve 2 key steps followed by an overall youth-targeted promotional campaign. It will include an engagement and program proposal process with potential partners for the next school year seeking youth programming content at facilities across the city, and then the rollout of the new City of Edmonton youth-specific discounted membership, pass, and single admission opportunity. When all program and youth membership details determined, the targeted promotional plan for late August will begin and include multiple phases as new program partnerships begin at facilities in the fall. We expect this initiative to produce more programs and wide-ranging opportunities in the after-school time period at facilities across the city, giving youth in our city quality after-school opportunities delivered by both the City of Edmonton and key specialized partners at low or no cost. It is also expected that once all partners and programming location and content is fully determined, that other potential supports to this initiative will start to be explored. This will likely include potential transportation models for stronger youth access to the facilities and programs, possible grant and sponsorship funding sources, and creative youth engagement and recruitment models and strategy. Some transportation model discussions have already begun with the Free Play organization for the fall. Next slide, please. As part of the next steps for this initiative, administration's engagement will be with key organizations and agencies targeted as potential future partners who have experience working with the youth age group and who have the skill sets to offer holistic and well-rounded youth-based programs. Over the next 2 months, invites and meetings with both our current program partners and other potential key partners in the city for this programmatic opportunity will take place. The list of potential organizations who will be invited to this engagement has been developed with support from our social development branch staff and other city staff who work most closely with these organizations. The list of organizations to be invited will be in the 30 range and include organization examples such as the Boys and Girls Club, Islamic Family and Social Services, Métis Child and Family Services, and others. Organizations with interest in this initiative will be asked to submit a proposal for a location, facility amenities desired, and specific youth programming opportunity or gap trying to be addressed. Proposals will be reviewed and assessed based on a number of factors, including location, youth engagement strategies, program demographic, content proposed, desired outcomes, amenity required, and financial expectations. This criteria and an assessment matrix to consider proposals will be shared with the organizations at the initial meetings. The new youth-specific membership and single admission will be fully determined by this summer and start to be promoted and offered prior to the start of the September school year. Promotional tactics will include connection with all youth with our summer youth passes and will be included as well in the overall campaign to youth about all recreation center opportunities, as well as major partners like our school boards. Next slide and last slide, please. Administration is committed to providing the following contributions to our partner organizations as part of this initiative, which will be communicated during the initial engagement phase. Dedicated time and space with no cost expectation attached to it. Daily use wristbands for all youth who attend the program slots to provide the ability to stay in facilities after the staff-led programs end each day. Co-promotion and evaluation of all confirmed partnership youth programs. For these city supports, no significant budget impact is expected from these supports as part of this initiative, as well as the new youth-specific membership and single admission. In relation to partner program staffing and other direct program costs like equipment and supplies, potential partners will be asked to identify their ability to contribute in part or in whole to these costs. This contribution will complement the city's supports in establishing these youth opportunities with a strong partnership model, being built around key aspects of our current 5 partnership models. If the program proposal and assessment process determines expected or necessary contribution from the City of Edmonton for these program expenses, the necessary budget would be fully confirmed by the start of August, and cost options and next steps would be determined. Thank you. We'd be happy to take any questions now with regards to this initiative.
Thank you for the presentation. Just wait for the list to populate. Councillor Jans, you're first.
Thank you for this. So, again, new councillor following the process here. A request was made by, I believe, the Mayor and Council. We passed that. What this report is here today is essentially we're checking in. Here's where we're at. Here's what we'll be doing going forward. And in future, we will be seeing budget. We will be seeing the fine print. But the reason we don't have that yet is we're still engaging with partners. Have I captured it correctly?
That's correct, Councillor. We're going to be engaging the partners here in June and into July to determine the volume of programs for fall, which would then give us the ability to determine what the potential cost impacts would be.
Okay, so because when I was reading the report, I kind of felt like it didn't answer the question the mover put forward, but I think what I hear admin saying is that hang on, more's coming. We need to iron out these pieces. So, because my follow up was, is a greater level of specificity required from council? Is it better to go forward with budget first, like we will spend up to X million, invite proposals on that, or what?
Councillor, this is really our response to the motion to say how could we increase the amount of after school programming we're having. We're working on the programs. We're working on who the partners will be. We're going to launch in September. We don't intend to come back to council with a detailed list of what those programs are or who the partners are. We would continue to work to try and fill those spaces with good partners running good programs for kids after school. And right now we're looking to do it within our existing budget and not looking for any additional resources.
And what is the existing budget?
We would be within our branch budget, and we'll be weighing the money we spend on programming. We're going to have to shift around some times that we may have rented out to other groups to make available to these groups to do a different kind of programming. So we'll do it all within the existing branch programming budget.
And could this funding be provided to community leagues or not-for-profit organizations, or is it all to basically be spent within the city corporate, so to speak?
So our budget includes some grants, but it's primarily the cost to run the rec centers and the buildings and the staff within them. What we're looking at doing here is taking some space available where we've traditionally run programs or rented them out and making them available at no cost to certain partners to deliver free programming in that after-school window.
I guess I would find it helpful if we had a sense of some of the budget implications here, because as we go forward, I think this is vital work. I think it's one of the best investments, best return on investments we can do in community building and crime prevention and everything else. Like the out of school time work is unarguably one of the most important things we do in the community for a very key demographic of our youngest citizens. Totally agree. What I'm looking for is how a bit more on the dollars and the return on investment, and how we can maybe scale this up as we go forward to budget and onwards.
Yeah, right now we're not looking at any additional budget. We can do this within the resources we have, we believe. The challenge we're going to have is, as Mr. Badger said, that time frame is already quite busy in rec centers. So it'll be how much time do we take away from traditional groups who have had rentals, and we may have some lost revenue there to turn it over. But it may also mean instead of having drop-in gym time, we'll have a program in the gym. Or we'll have a program in the pool rather than some swimming lessons. So it'll be sort of reprioritizing how we use the space, not necessarily a need for new money to do new programs.
How about paying for, again, other para rec center? I'm thinking of in Macaulay, like the green space there, or other public amenities, Forest School or something. I'm just trying to think of other people who may want to get involved.
Yeah, we don't in any way think we own the after-school programming. It's going to be critical that others, community leagues, schools, there's already many agencies doing programs, the Boys and Girls Clubs, the Big Brothers, Big Sisters. There's lots of after-school programming that we're trying to complement. We don't want to harm anyone else's programs. We don't want to take away from those other good works in the community. But this was focused sort of, as the motion said, on our rec centers and what more could we do to use those after school.
And finally, I believe at the November fall budget, we made a commitment towards free footy. I think it was $1 million. I believe there was a supplemental one. Yeah, but that was one
time $600,000 funding.
Okay.
So in this model, we would look to make the space available for free play next year rather than giving them a grant and then renting them the space. We would make the space available to free play at no cost.
Okay, excellent. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. I have to step away, so I'm going to pass the chair to Councillor Jens.
So taken, Mr. Mayor, you're, oh, actually, sorry, Councillor Wright, you're next.
Thank you very much. I just wanted just for some clarity. So it's not necessarily an all access pass where kids are just allowed to go and do what they want. It's a specific program offered by a various community group or organization. Is that right?
Councillor, it's two-part. There is going to be a specific after-school membership that the discounted membership that youth could get and go to anything going on in the rec center, and then supplemented by we would have these drop-in programs with partners. So it would be a bit of a continuum and choice for youth in our rec centers after school.
So if we didn't necessarily have a Boys and Girls Club right here by the Meadows Rec Center, kids could still be able to access.
That's correct.
Yeah, Councillor, we would look to see if there's other organizations around in the neighborhoods around the Meadows who wanted to do programming in the Meadows. But if not, they would have the option to buy that significantly reduced after-school pass and just come in and use the drop-in amenities.
Okay, that's great. That's good to know. And then what can we do to encourage more girls to participate? I saw that there was
certainly one of the key findings in the research, and certainly something as we have these discussions with the partner that's going to be top of mind. We just did an initiative, just finished at the Twilliger Rec Center, called For Girls by Girls, in which we partnered with the U of A Athletics and had Panda athletes, and we had really good success, averaging 30 or 40 girls per evening. That program was at 7:30 at night because that was the only gym time that we could fit for this initiative. So we want to take examples like that and hear from our partners about how we can expand on that, whether it's sport related or other activity related.
Okay, well, that's great. Good to know. And then I've got a couple more questions here. As far as staffing and that goes, are we up to appropriate staffing levels at the rec centers and the pools and that? I'm thinking the lifeguards.
Yeah, we struggled for a while coming out of the pandemic when we reopened to recruit enough lifeguards, but now we're back to regular hours and fully staffed up on the pool decks and on our programming.
Oh, good. So don't anticipate any problems in if any additional staff.
No, we're still watching summer recruitment and seeing how that goes to make sure we can run a full slate of programs and services. But so far we're looking okay.
Okay, great. And then my other question is on the transportation. I'm assuming you would take the kids from the schools directly to the rec centers. What about transportation back? Would that be back to the school, or would you be looking at like ETS public transportation to get them directly home?
Yeah, what Free Play's brought forward, they've designed sort of 9 routes, and we're working with Edmonton Transit to see how feasible it would be and how expensive it would be. But it would be 9 routes that would pick kids up. They would go by a number of junior high and high schools, take them to the rec centers, and then kind of run on a loop again between sort of that 3 o'clock and probably 6:30 hours to take them back to their schools afterwards. And that would be a free service, but still looking whether that's best provided by Edmonton Transit or by another transit provider, another bus provider.
Okay. So specials, okay, but back to the school.
Yeah, it would do a loop to the rec centers and then back. And that's very preliminary. It's a proposal that Free Play's brought forward that we see it really does address the barrier of transportation for many kids to get to the facilities. So it is something we're looking at quite seriously. And that one most likely would have budget impacts if we were going to pursue that in the new year.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have. Great program. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. So some of the partnerships that you have identified, I know the Africa Center is part of that, Free Play for Kids. I just want to get from an Indigenous community point of view, what opportunities are there? What are we doing, and what's the potential?
Yeah, there's lots of potential, Mr. Mayor. We're primarily at Clairview with the C5 that has both Bantero as one of the partners and Boyle Street Community Services. They're working with us to deliver programs there. But as we go out and seek new partners, we've identified a list of about 30 agencies, including many Indigenous agencies and agencies serving Indigenous kids and families that we would reach out to see where we could work together in this new model.
Right. Okay. Because I think I agree with Councillor Jans. This is very important in building a stronger community and a resilient, healthy community. But recognizing the constraint on the resources, focusing on the most communities that are most in need, right? And making it easy for those young people from those communities to access facilities, right? And being really focused on. That's where I want to get a little bit more sense. Is that the intent, or is to go broader? I know you have income criteria, but income is only one way to assess a vulnerability of a community.
The income really only applies on the Leisure Access Pass, where they get the free admissions for the full year. These are looking at finding agencies that we can work with, whether they're specific to a particular community or someone like Free Play that's working to serve a number of kids in different communities. So we'll be looking at both to see what their capacities are, how they might want to get involved with us. And we're taking that approach just knowing that the community can run these programs better than we can to serve members of the community. So we want to work with them and make it easy and make the space available, but then not thinking we need to do it all by ourselves. We'll certainly partner with any of those agencies.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd add that in the case of our 5 partnerships now and how we see going out to the broader community here, certainly having the community identify gaps or demographics that they see as high needs. And that's really what's happened to get us to our 5 partnerships now that we expect to hear when we go to this broader group of potential partners.
Got it. Okay.
It's somewhere at the communities, but there's a number of organizations that Councillor Wright's point that are serving girls and women that we want to partner with. So it'll be a wide variety of groups.
Okay. Well, looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
First, I'd like to just move to receive the report for information, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And I have some questions. Just on the girls piece, I think in the report is that anecdotally, we know this, but do we actually collect data on, we have actual numbers. Is that right?
Yeah, we don't necessarily have numbers, but there's lots of research. I think 1 in 4 girls have not come back to sport after the pandemic. When they dropped out, they haven't come back. So there's several academic papers that we've looked at about girls' participation. We don't necessarily have that for our rec centers, but as you say, anecdotally, when we look at the drop in gym times, it's predominantly males, young boys in there playing basketball. So we're trying to address that and say, what do we need to do to make those spaces available for
Yeah, and I think that
others.
has to be really intentional.
Yeah.
Apologies, go ahead. Did you want to add something? No, okay. And then, so if I'm clear, you had said that right now, any of those additional programming will be done through existing budget.
Yeah, that's right. We're gonna launch this. We have those partners now. We're gonna see who else we can work with, and it's really about making the time available and trying to be thoughtful in how we do it, so we don't lose too many rental groups or too many
Right.
admission revenues. But we think we can do it within the budget we have.
Yeah, I know that you have to balance, a number of things. So this is up until September this year, or is this for that time period of September to June of next year?
Yeah, starting in September, going to next June is the first year, and then taking it from there.
Okay, so then any new budget ask will be after June 2023. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. I see the reference to inclusive holidays, which I really appreciate. I know this is not this debate is still ongoing at the school board level, but I know this report specifically focuses on recreation facilities, but if I think about some of those inclusive holidays, for example, Indigenous Peoples' Day in June, was that one of the days? Do you recall? But so I'm just thinking, there's events that city helps to organize or support with community groups that's not necessarily in rec centers. But would you see that as out of scope for kind of this particular piece, or?
Yeah, I would, Councillor, if I understand the question. This is about after-school programming, and certainly we're going to increase our efforts on those non-education days, teachers' conventions, holidays.
The daytime access.
The daytime access,
yeah.
so that there's programs. So if there's other special days, we would certainly celebrate them as a city and as a branch, but not necessarily under this program.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point simply, I appreciate this being included, just to demonstrate any support if this policy gets approved at the school board level. But I also see opportunities outside of our rec facilities. That's also still part of city's role. But that might be just out of scope in terms of what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, because we would, on those special days, we will be doing programming in parks still. We work with the organizations doing festivals and events and other ways to celebrate those that aren't, necessarily in the rec center. But
yeah, and I guess the last thing, I think to Councillor Jance's point, I think this is really important public, social infrastructure for community well-being and safety outcomes, kind of like what we've seen with some of the other programs that was mentioned during that strategy discussion. Was youth recreation considered in the community well-being and safety strategy conversation?
I think on the spectrum of intervention and prevention, certainly anything that we can do to build community on the prevention side is part of these considerations.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, and lots of the research talks about that important after-school time, not only about wellness and social development and physical development, but crime prevention, keeping kids out of disorder. So that is an important time frame. The sort of critical hours, they call it, the 3 to 6 p.m.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we all know that, but I just wanted to make sure that out of those 7 pillars, this is part of that consideration. I think that's it. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Councillor Tang. Seeing no other speakers on the speakers list, and I understand Chair Cartmel is not back yet, I believe we're at the point of adjournment. We have to vote to receive this for information. Were there any subsequents or anything else? No? Okay, then I'll call the vote on receiving this item for information. Please signify.
I'm a yes.
Okay, that's all the votes then.
We have all the votes.
Please display. Okay, then I'll look to the clerk. Is there any other business on the agenda prior to adjournment?
Just to confirm that there are, item 10, just to confirm whether or not there are notices of motion or
Thank
no
you for that.
motions without customary notice.
Okay, are there any notices of motions or motions without customary notice? Any other subsequents? Anything else? I think then I will call the meeting adjourned.